Good morning, everyone. We are about 12 minutes away from the start of play in this first match of the O50s quad series from Blenheim, New Zealand. We are just about to do anthems, so there will be some ceremonial activities about to take place, and as soon as that's completed, I'll be back here to describe the action. Stay tuned. Good morning. Welcome to Horton Park in Blenheim at the top of the South Island of New Zealand for this round one match in the Over50s quad series. My name is Jim Morrison. I'll be with you all day long, along with Richie Horner and Michael Bish Van Zade doing the scoring. In a moment you'll notice the umpires walking out to the middle. The news is that Australia won the toss this morning and they chose to bat. New Zealand would have chosen to bowl, so everyone's happy. The anthems have just been completed and the New Zealand team are in a huddle. Very shortly, the Australian batsmen will be working their way out to the middle as well. Once Bish gets all his stuff sorted out, I'll confirm who the Australian opening batsmen are.
I'll tell you that now.
Tell us that now.
Anthony Barranca.
Yep.
And Steve Mace.
Anthony Barranca and Steve Mace. No surprise there. Steve Mace, fresh off a century, opening the batting against the US in a warm-up match. And he'll be joined by Anthony Barranca, who I believe opened the batting in that match as well.
Yes.
Against the US?
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Okay, so same open. It's a beautiful day here in Blenheim. Light breeze coming from, I guess, the bottom right of your screen towards the top left. But very little cloud, just a bit over the hills in the distance. Now, every day during this quad series, which runs Thursday, Friday, Sunday and Monday, there'll be two games. One of them will start at 10:30 in the morning and the other one at 11. We'll be bringing you the 11 o'clock start one. So today's 10:30 match is between New Zealand A and USA. That one is underway and we'll keep you updated on the scores. And the Australian batsmen are coming out to the middle now, wearing their bright yellow and green outfits. Looks like Maurice Patton is going to open the bowling for New Zealand. He's on debut. Okay, so Maurice Patton wearing off. We've got a slight uniform malfunction, but we'll get that sorted in due course. And it's going to be Steve Mace about to take strike. Steve scored 116 not out against the USA just 2 or 3 days ago. Batted right through the 45 overs, so he's in great form.
Yeah.
Here's Maurice Patton, just a short run-up. It's a pretty gentle pace, even by over-50 standards. But he's a pretty accurate bowler. Playing for districts at the New Zealand Interprovincial Tournaments, which was back in January. So New Zealand being captained for the first time by Adil Samani, taking over from Adrian Dale, who retired after the last World Cup. Ooh, that's a good three from Patton. He's beaten Mace, trying to drive. Maybe a little bit of swing. These Duke's balls do swing, especially early on in the innings. We're a little bit off centre with our angle, as you can obviously tell, so we won't be able to see all of the swing, but that suggesting that it was moving away.
What else?
So Morris Patton getting an early introduction to international over 50s cricket. As I mentioned, he is on debut and he gets the very first use of the ball. So good faith being shown in him by his district's captain, Adil Samani. One ball left in the first over. So start Morris Patton on debut. Steve Mace watchful. Australia choosing to bat on a wicket that is known for runs. We've seen huge scores post here at the over 50s and over 40s IPTs. But those have been played in January. We're in March obviously now, so I wonder if the pitches might play slightly differently. We'll see. Looks a bit more grassy than I'm used to seeing here, this wicket. And Kelvin Scott's going to open the bowling from the far end. So Adil Samani opening with two slow medium bowlers. He does have much faster bowlers in his arsenal, likes of Mike Harrow. Simon Dodds, Richard Petrie, they all bowl quicker than Kelvin Scott and Morris Patton. Let's see. So, could be a couple of reasons for that. One could be Kelvin Scott does open the bowling a lot. He swings the ball considerably into the right-hander, so that's away to the left-handed Anthony Barranca. Slip in a gully in place. First runs of the tournament for Australia. Single out to the cover sweeper to get Barranca off the mark. So swing could be one reason for the choice of opening bowlers. Another one could be simply because they are slower. We have seen the Canterbury Otago team win the IPT at over 50s level, employing a similar sort of strategy of very slow bowling to start and forcing the nickel pace. So wherever you are watching around the world, welcome to you. I know we have viewers in New Zealand and Australia in particular. Another single. Also, I'm sure some people tuning in from the United States, America obviously playing in this tournament. So greetings to you wherever you are. It's a good piece of fielding by the New Zealand captain, Adil Samani, tumbling away to his left. First appeal of the day, a half-hearted one from Kelvin Scott. There may have been some bat in that, and Mace looked like he was well forward anyway. 3 off Kelvin Scott's first over, and that is the Australian total after 2.
Winston around 90 degrees from yesterday.
All right, Anthony Barranca will get his first look at Maurice Patton and vice versa. Pulled away for 1. Looked very, very slow off the wicket, that delivery. Barranca was shaping up for a conventional pull shot, and then he really had to wait a long time for that. Almost playing a bit of a check pull shot. So the Aussies will need to get the pace of this wicket.
Mace.
Firm drive from Steve Mace, first sign of half aggression from him. Straight up to Scott McCarty at mid-off. We can expect a fast outfield here today at Horton Park. It's been dry weather recently. Ooh, now that has clipped something on the way through to keeper Mason Robinson. We won't know what it was. It might have been thigh pad. Some muffled shouts of anguish from the New Zealand fielders. What we do know is that it's the end of the over, and Maurice Patton has started well, just 1 off his first 2 overs.
Do you think you can just play 4? Yeah, 4 off 3. Just a fraction, I'm giving you. Yeah, that's okay. I really get it for that. Oh. That's good. I'm giving you. Not that big. Scott to Anthony Barranca.
Are you doing the live scoring too?
Sorry.
So Steve Mace looking a little bit less comfortable than Anthony Barranca. He's 1 off 14 so far. It does take a little while to get into his work, but he plays the anchor role for Australia, as we saw in that century the other day. And one of his strengths is off his legs, which is where he goes this time, and he'll pick up 2 to the man on the boundary, who has been responsible for probably about 80% of the fielding. Stevens was his 4th level over 50s internationals, and he is the only batsman to have scored more than 2 centuries. I think 2 or 3 other batsmen have scored 2, but Steve Mace has 4 of them now. And he goes biggish over the top this time, out to the boundary, 4 runs. That was wide of mid-on, maybe not fully controlled, with a huge amount of but shows a quick outfield. Mace has got the pace of this wicket. Looks like the USA have got the pace of their wicket. They're 59 without loss after 8 on the number 3 ground. Manapa Utaya 29, Rafe Kazi 19.
Total 11.
10.
Sorry? 10. It was 4 of the...
Wasn't it 3 off the first?
3 of the... 0, then 3, then 4, then 11.
Yeah, but only 7 off.
7, yeah, 4.
Sorry. Oh, no, for the bowler.
Oh, sorry, I don't know. Oh,
Sorry.
Sorry, I don't know.
No, we're calling off.
Yeah. 11. 11.
Talking different, the same.
Yeah. Four gone. Milestone. First ball, do Barranca was a dot.
Ooh, again struggling to time that pull shot, Barranca. He was through shot too early. We saw in the previous over that Patton bowled, Barranca had to really wait to play the short ball, and this time he didn't quite wait enough, and he was finished the shot before the ball came through. That has clipped his pad on the way through to the keeper, so it won't be a wide.
How are you guys?
Good fielding in the gully. That's Colin Owens there.
Called out, or you just on patrol? Something to do.
Yeah. I don't.
Never used the latch properly last on gyms.
Doesn't actually sort of lock.
One run through the covers. Barranca. End of the over. 1 off. 5.
12 runs to Australia after 5 overs. 3 of those bowled by Maurice Patton for just 2 runs. So he's been really economical. Kelvin Scott none for 10 from his 2. It's in the air over gully. Going to go down to the boundary for outfield, as I mentioned. A little bit streaky that time from Barranca. He was given width by Kelvin Scott, who's swinging the ball away from him. And he chased it, got a thick outside edge, which went over the head of... who's that at backward point? Robbie Frew. Ooh, quick single here. It was well run in the end. Slight fumble from Adil Samani in the covers. Samani, possibly New Zealand's best, and Sears argue with that. We'll give him a chance to compete throughout the tournament. And this one will be a wide, that one swinging into the right-handed Mace down the leg side, where Mason Robinson does a nice bit of glove work, and as always whips off the bails.
Nice. One run. Nice. Over. 7 off the over. Total 19.
Yeah.
After 6. One run. Nice. That's stretching it a bit off there with the number on his back. One run.
On to Barranca. All the action happening on the number 3 wicket. United States 85 without loss after 10. 8.5 and over. Utaya 45 not out of 30 deliveries. Another quick single. This is good running from the Aussies, putting pressure on the New Zealand infielders. Not looking too difficult. The run rate is only about 3 1/4. This will be another 2, in fact, is fielded down there, which is Darren C. Tumbles away, and Mike Harrow, in fact. Thank you, Richie. That one's swinging into the pad, okay, just a little bit too straight from Morris Patton. He's been good at adjusting between the left and right-handed batsmen. And he gets back on the line to the lefty for that delivery to end the 7th over.
5 runs off. So what did you have? I had 3 singles. Dot, 1, 1, 1. 2 dot. 5 after total 24 after 7. After 7. Kelvin Scott to continue. Bowling to Mace.
That's beat in the field and will go out to the boundary for 4 to Steve Mace. Full toss, a low one from Kelvin Scott, and whacked away past Greg Stretch on. Another low full toss. This time Greg Stretch moves away nicely to his left, as you probably would have seen on your screen there, and does a good bit of fielding. So Kelvin Scott maybe just struggling with his length a little bit this morning. He's bowled a couple too short, and then in this over he's bowled 2 low full tosses. We've got a very short mid-on coming into place now. I guess that's what you'd call that position. We've got a regular mid-on. And that goes is right out to mid, so that's the plan they're looking for. They just didn't have Colin Owens in quite the right position. And that is a good length from Kelvin Scott. That's the length where he's good. The batsman not quite sure whether to come forward or go back. So New Zealand working on a plan here. This one does go to that man. Colin Owens there. So Kelvin Scott swinging it into the pads of Steve Mace, trying to get him to drive in the air on the onside.
28. Yep.
So the pattern will repeat. Morris from this end. And again, angling into the pads, tucked away nicely by Barranca for 1.
pattern fling. Dot for Mace.
It's in the air, just falls short of Samani. Mace not quite getting his head over the top of that drive, I think, and was scooped up in the air for about probably 20 metres. Unfortunately for New Zealand, Samani was about 22 metres away from the bat. He's taking a step or two forward now. And this one goes to his right, and this lightning outfield means that will be stopped. 4 more. That was a nice punch by Mace on the up.
I've got the score.
Certainly get full value for shot here at Horton Park. We have seen that in the IPTs at over 40s and over 50s level over the years. Samani stringing that cover field now. He's got Kelvin Scott coming into a short extra cover. No, they're just changing around a little bit. Yes, so Scott will remain in that short cover. Samani still at cover, and then McCarty at mid-off. And this one is guided through the gap that Kelvin Scott has vacated and down to the boundary for 4 more. So Patton just maybe erring on the short side, and Mace guiding it through that gap that Kelvin Scott had left, and they're doing the rest. 4 more. Consecutive boundaries for Australia, and suddenly Steve Mace is up to 23, and Australia 37.
22, Jim.
Pardon? Okay, first bowling change. Scott experiment is in, and Mike Harrow will bowl from the far end. He'll have a bit more pace on the ball, a bit more height. He does swing the ball, Mike Harrow. Mike Harrow played for New Zealand at the 2023 Over 50s World Cup. Bowled particularly well against the West Indies. I remember that match at... what was the name of that high school? Mace. Bowled well in that game in particular, and was a star with the bat in the 3rd, 4th playoff, coming in right at the end for his first bat of the tournament, and hitting a huge 6 to win the game for New Zealand. But he is in the side for his bowling, number 37. Starts with a short delivery, and again Barranca not completely confident on the pull in terms of his timing, but he gets it down to Simon backward square leg.
That was the first ball's Eve.
That was it.
A dot was
was it?
No, two.
Barranca nicely forward to that one.
A 2, and then a dot. And facing is Barranca. Dot.
Oh, they're going to. Oh, there's a confusion here. Bowler's end chance. Oh, if he'd hit, that would have been out. There was big confusion between Barranca and Mace. Mace wasn't confused. He was coming through. Barranca didn't think it was on, and batsman had a wee conversation in the middle of the pitch during the run. Eventually, Barranca decided to run, and Samani's shot at the stumps had to hit, but it didn't. So, an escape for Australia. 1 run is the result. Oh, they're going to take a run here. It was a bit of a misfield from Scott McCarty. Looks like he had it covered, but then just as he rolled over to collect it, it fell out of his hands, and the batsmen were alert to that, so that was good running. Oh, there's more confusion here. Chance at the bowler's end. Terrible throw from Mike Harrow. Was about 5 metres off away from the stumps, but again, if he had hit, that would have been out. So we're seeing a variety of running on display in this over.
Yep, 2 dot 111.
Yeah.
That's what it said.
No run this time. Nice safe dot ball to finish the over. 5 runs off it. Mike Harrow's first, and Australia have made their way reasonably comfortably to 42 after 10 overs. Mace on 24, or might be 25, and Barranca 16. 3 bowlers used for New Zealand: Kelvin Scott, Mike Patton, and Mike Harrow. And we're going to see a 4th come into the attack here now, Simon Dodds. So Samani starting with 2 slow mediums and then bringing probably his 2 quickest bowlers in as first and second changes.
Right, now we sorted it out. Morris Patton's the last over here. And he bowled 2 overs in a row.
Simon Dodds, number 30. Has played a few games for New Zealand. He was at the World Cup as well last year. Did more of his best work as a batsman. Won a couple of games, or was there when New Zealand won a couple of games, so he contributed more with the bat than with the ball. Probably bowls similar pace to Mike Harrow. He's a big, strong guy. Bowls a heavy ball by over-50s standards. Good push and run by Barranca.
That's a piece of equipment you don't see driving around in the gym. Wide ball.
Driven nicely. Will it beat the infield? It does, but the outfielder comes round, makes a bit of a bobble. That's
2 runs.
Nice. Darren Sears, and they take 2 more. So a little bit of scruffy fielding from the New Zealand team. There's been a few bobbles which have allowed extra runs, some missed opportunities for run-outs. No catch has gone down yet.
Another wide.
And Simon Dodd's struggling with the radar. He's bowled wides to the land right-handers now.
It's 10 to 12, it's very short.
Ooh, here's a bit of a false shot. He chased that wide one, did Mace, and got an inside edge, which fortunately for him missed his stumps. But another one to the total. Creeping up towards that 50 now. Richard Petrie doing some warm-ups there. He better get up quickly.
Not much quickly.
Will be a leg by, first of the day. So I'm not sure if that's indicate that Richard Petrie will be bowling or if he just feels like stretching. No, okay. Sounds like he won't bowl. Is that in the whole tournament, Richard? Oh, he's got an injury, groin injury. So the Aussies definitely looking for a lot of quick singles. They won't get one on that occasion. That ends Simon Dodd's first over.
He is over 7 runs off, total 49. 49.
Has to reach for that one, Barranca, pretty wide, and you can only tap it into point, but they take one more. And is that the 50 up for Australia? It is. In the 12th over for the loss of no wickets. Good steady start. Mace and Mka.
Mace.
Mace beaten this time, trying to cut. That's a beautiful shot from Steve Mace, maybe the shot of the day. Lovely back foot punch. Nobody really moved apart from Scott McCarty, who has to trundle off and retrieve the ball. It's a classical back foot cover drive. Steve Mace looking good. Looking confident now, Mace.
Dot ball, end of over, 5 runs,
Yeah.
54.
Yeah.
Yep. Correct. Barranca.
A lot of stretching here.
Sorry, a lot of
Stretching.
he's always stretching and rolling and doing all sorts. And
Finding it hard to get up though.
With a quick single. Good running from the Aussies.
Yeah, get there.
one run.
So blank 20.
Barranca 20, Mace 31.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's sliced away down to the boundary for 4, over the head of, well, off to the left and over the head of Mason Robinson. I don't think a slip would have got there. It would have probably gone between slip and keeper, but a good strong slash by Barranca. Picks up his second boundary and runs starting to flow a little bit for Australia now, getting that run rate up close to 5. Bit of loose bowling from New Zealand, you'd have to say, that
Take 3 falls in a row.
Harrow and Dodds have bowled short and wide, as that delivery was, so they'll need to really get that back. On a wicket like this, where runs are easy to come by, you have to get your length right.
It'll be this one.
It's a little bit better and it's aerial as it goes back past Dodds.
1 run, rain count.
Yeah, what was that? It was here. It's the,
Short and wide again, and uppercut out to the boundary for yet another 4. It was well played by Mace. Probably aware that Simon Dodds does bowl a lot of short, wide stuff, and he has dished up basically a free hit there. So poor bowling from Dodds. Really needs to get that leg and the line straight.
One direction. It's turned around, it's turned 90 degrees. Look, you back. Left. That wind just turned more than 90 degrees.
That's a bit of length. Good bit of fielding from Kelvin Scott. Sends Mace back.
Top ball and over, 11 off. Total 65.
65 without loss after 13 overs.
go back across to that.
Right, still no wickets in either game here at Horton Park. Both New Zealand teams unable to capture foreign wickets.
But like the Auckland side in 2022, we had an IPT down here, which is one bat, 330 without loss.
Oh, it's short and wide, but Barranca can't catch up with it. Mason Robinson, the New Zealand wicketkeeper, can, but it's so wide that it's called wide.
So not a good. We got one about 30 chasing, but wasn't a good day.
Sliced away, that'll be 4 more. Fielder diving away to his left, that's Kelvin Scott at gully, but this outfield is just too rapid. And again, poor bowling from New Zealand, giving that width to the Aussies. They've really got to get that line right. I'm sure they talked about it yesterday after their warm-up game, but they are continuing to spray the ball wide and feeding the cut shots to Australian openers. It's better, but that will be 4 more. It was slightly better line. It was static, guided away. I'm not sure why they don't have a third man. It's pretty standard to have a third man in one-day cricket, I would have thought. In fact, Kelvin Scott is going back there after the horse has bolted.
Just Just going to close the gate.
He's going to close the gate after the horse has left.
1, 2, 57 to come up. Otherwise it's a no ball. Yep. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a field.
That's full and straight. There's going to be more runs here. That's going to be a third consecutive 4. That's beautiful batting from Barranca. Nice extra cover drive. Gave Darren Sears at the cover boundary no chance.
3 fours.
So this over ending with 4-4-4, and there's still a ball to go. Run rate up to 5.64. Feels like just a few minutes ago I was saying it was 3.23. So the Aussies barrelling along here, enjoying these conditions. Slashed away this time, well fielded. Luckily, it was Robbie Frew there at backward point.
13 off the over.
23 and 78.
78.
So the score in this match, 78 without loss after 14 overs, one more before drinks. They've the USA Zealand A game, even that match started half an hour early. They're only 1 over ahead of this game. They're just finishing the 16th over.
Oh, yeah.
USA 126 without loss.
Fetching a lot of balls.
Yeah. Both the American openers have reached 50s, Utaya and Kazi. Ian for Steve Mace. Take 2 of them. He's an aggressive runner, Steve Mace.
Stretchy look at those limping.
And he's progressing serenely towards another 50. He's a real accumulator, is Steve Mace, the man from Newcastle, which is north of Sydney, on the east coast of Australia. Another back foot punch. How's the placement on that? There's all sorts of men in that cover region, and somehow he's threaded it through all of them. There's Kelvin Scott at short cover, there's Adil Samani at cover, and there's Richard Petrie at a wide mid-off, and there's the tiniest little gap between all 3 of them. Somehow he's managed to pierce it for his 7th boundary. He's into the 40s now, Steve Mace. Runs flowing, a pace for Australia. And backs it up with a little dink into the onside. What can New Zealand do to stem this flow? I suppose spin is an option. They have Darren Sears and Captain Samani himself. But apart from a couple of slightly dicey moments early on, Morris Hatton beat the bat once, twice. It's looked pretty comfortable for Australia. That's a shout for LBW, and he's given him, well, that was very low key. I thought it was quite a good shout when I saw it live, but New Zealand hardly seemed interested. Simon Dodd's a very laconic appeal, and the umpire gave it a big round signal of out, and that was all a bit strange. But the end result is that Australia have lost their first wicket. Anthony Barranca, LBW to Simon Dodd's 4. I want to say 35, but we'll confirm that. It's 37 in fact. Thank you, scorers. And 85 for 1.
And they're having drinks.
And we'll have drinks. Thank you, Richard.
$42 the most.
Confirmed.
So is Darren Sears related to the maybe?
Yeah, I think it's his new. Yeah.
Monty, I was saying if you want a decent set of glasses. Read that name in the back of that shirt. 70. Holden.
Yeah, it's all right.
Michael.
Mike. It's a junior, they call him.
Chris.
So finally some success for the team in this tournament. In New Zealand, Australia. Did he play against the USA?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. So this will be his second match. Yes, he did. He scored 4 in that game. So I think that length that Dodds captured the wicket with, and then even that one that he just bowled there, is much more what he needs to be bowling. Fuller, bringing the batsman forward and not giving him too much width. Again, just like that, very good. So that ends the only wicket taking over so far in this tournament. Simon Dodds has 1 for 23.
85.
So Steve Mace, he's up to 43 now. Now he is ready after just 14 matches. He's one of the leading run scorers in all O50s internationals. He scored before this match 772 runs at an average of 77. So if you add another 43 onto that, he's well into the 800s, averaging around 80, which is amazing. 4 centuries, 3 half centuries. High score of 127. Definitely one of the premier players in world over cricket. Number 54, Steve Mace. Now we are going to see some spin. Mike Harrow's expensive spell of none for 23 from 3 has come to an end. And Darren Sears will bowl his left arm spin from the Hills end. Darren Sears made his debut for New Zealand in the Tri-Series a couple of years ago in Britain that involved Australia and Sri Lanka. And did really well. Took a 4 for another matches. I'm just going to put stats. He took 5 wickets at an average of 21 in that series. And then he was unable to attend unavailable for selection for the World Cup last year. But he's available now and back into the team. New Zealand are without Andrew Nuttall today. He's been their left arm spinner right since they started back in 2018. Andrew Nuttall is still in India. He was there for the Over-60s World Cup, and he's carried on to do a bit of sightseeing, so unavailable for this tournament, which gives the likes of Darren Sears an opportunity.
Samani also warming up.
I have a little bit of an obscure connection with Chris Holding. I used to play for the Toronto Cricket Skating and Curling Club in Toronto, Canada. And a couple of years before I joined, Chris Holding had been the overseas pro there for a number of years and broke all sorts of batting records in the Toronto Cricket League. So he was a bit of a superstar when I arrived.
So was that in curling or skating?
Yeah, at cricket that is. He may have done some curling, I'm not sure. So if anyone from the Toronto Cricket Club is watching, hello to you guys. Down the wicket, Mace, but then plays a defensive shot. Just held back a little bit by Darren Sears. Back foot punch again. Can McCarty get down? He can. Can't stop one though. End of Sears' first over. 3 off it.
Three off 88.
Change it. Oh no.
Simon Dodds is going to continue. Doesn't have a great record at bowling at international level. Before this match, he had taken just 3 wickets in 6 matches, an average of 62, and an economy rate of 6.25. So he's been expensive and unsuccessful, although he does have the only wicket to fall in this match. He's done better with the bat for New Zealand, averaging 26 with a few good chases in there, as I mentioned. So we'll probably see him with the bat later today. For now, he's going to continue with his medium paces. On to Steve Mace, who's well set on 45.
Give us a moment. Jim's going to recreate the leg. White ball. So that's the first ball.
Yes.
It's first ball to Mace.
That one's a bit short and wide again, but
Mace.
Darren Sears is able to stop the ball getting through. We've seen that once the ball gets through, it's generally 4.
Just redone the link. So you can try it again now. Try it again now, mate.
Ref,
Pose.
37 off 37.
And Mace is on.
44.
Jim's just refreshing the post now. 1 run.
Slashed away. That has gone for 4 off to the left of Darren Sears at gully. And as I just mentioned, once it gets through, it's hard to pull back. So again, Simon Dodd's spraying the ball all over the place. When he gets it right, he's pretty good, but otherwise, not so good. And he's going at 7 and over now, and that's yet another boundary to Australia. That one to Chris Holding, his first.
Any business? Yeah, you all good now? Good, yeah. Cheers. Beautiful. Good.
And good running from Australia. They've run really well today. They've put pressure on the New Zealand infielders and made it really difficult for the New Zealand fielders actually, because the infield probably don't want to push in too far. Oh, that's 50 for Steve Mace. Just pause there for a moment. Well done to him. So well batted to Steve Mace. That is his... Hang on, I'll tell you how many 50s he's scored. That is his 4th 50 to go with 400s in this level. He's only played 15 matches, and in 8 of those he's gone on to score 50 or more. So an amazing start to his international career for Steve Mace from Newcastle, Australia.
I was going to get 100%. You really tried. Yes, yeah, big score. Don't put him early.
Australia looking on target for a big score here, going at 5.65 and over so far. Close to 100 already.
It's projecting 298 here.
That was the first ball of the over.
The point I was trying to make earlier is that the good running from Australia is forcing the New Zealand infielders to come in. But the problem is that as soon as the ball gets through the infield, it races away on the outfield. So it's a bit of a dilemma for the New Zealand guys in the ring. It's short and punched up to mid-off.
1 run, Mace.
USA have lost a wicket. Finally, Rafe Kazi out for 74. Vishal Dubey taking the wicket in his first over. That one slammed away out to the cover sweeper. Just for 1.
Who's that man?
Tossed up by Sears, very full. Driven to Kelvin Scott, who's at a shortish straight mid-wicket, I guess.
Is that 3 singles and a dot?
Correct.
Tossed up again. Nicely driven though by Mace to long off.
Yeah, yes.
Ooh. Top 4, finish.
So the 100 coming up for Australia in that over. They're 100 for
101.
A 101. 18 to start for them.
Was the last one a dot too?
Yes.
Runs flowing for the USA. 154 for one after 20 overs they are. 7.7 and over.
So
As soon as New Zealand A took a wicket, the new batsman came in and hit a 6 off his second ball. It's Fazal Alam. So pretty entertaining batting over there.
Some of the Aussies aren't finding it cold. Shirts off.
Simon Dodds will continue. He's been expensive today. 7.75 and over. But he does have a wicket. Short and wide again. This one's guided down to third man just for one.
1 run. Nice.
Man out for Australia, Anthony Barranca, 37 off 38. He was LBW to Dodds. Dodds the only wicket taker. I'll go through the bowling figures in a moment. That's a good delivery. That's the line and length he needs to focus on, I think. So that opening partnership was 85. We've seen Morris Patton bowl 5 overs, none for 16. Kelvin Scott, 4 overs, none for 21. Mike Harrow, expensive as well, none for 23 from 3. And Darren Sears, none for 7 from 2. So the New Zealand close-in fielders really trying to cut down those singles. We've got Adil Samani, who fielded that one, and Kelvin Scott, who's at cover pretty tight in. Richard Petrie at a traditional mid-off. Greg Stretch on his home ground. Mr. Marlborough Cricket, Greg Stretch. Might see him have a bowl today, maybe. Wide delivery. So, one way or another, this is going to be a high-scoring match, and probably a high-scoring series, I think. Weather is set fair for the week. And the pitch is obviously batter-friendly. The outfield is certainly batter-friendly. And even at this early stage, some of the New Zealand bodies suggesting that their fielding might be batter friendly as well. Good bit of bounce there from Dodds. Maybe enjoying the opportunity to bowl to a new batsman. Driven square for one to finish Dodd's 5th over.
3 off for 35.
3 off. So 104.
Chris Holding, as I mentioned, from Queensland, played for the Queensland Colts in 1986. Played a lot of first grade club cricket in Brisbane, I assume. This is his first series for Australia, selected after the recent Australian National Championships, which I believe were in November.
Oh, actually, first December was.
He squared up a bit that time, is holding. Good delivery from Sears. Bit of a probing length. Squirts out into the offside, but they take a single. Early December, in fact, those Australian national champs have just been corrected. New Zealand actually entered 2 teams into that tournament, New Zealand A and New Zealand B, neither of which had wonderful tournaments. I think they finished 3rd or 4th in their age groups, in their divisions, sorry. Full toss, made into one by Steve Mace, and he just turns his back straight away because he knows that he's slammed it away for 4 more. So he turned that into a full toss, and again, as soon as he picked the gap, he knows that this outfield is lightning quick. Boundary number 9 for Steve Mace. And he's just looking a bit inevitable, this. You just feel that something weird is going to have to happen for him to not get a century. Well, you heard it here first.
You might have set that on purpose to get
4 more.
Big wider.
That one a bit short from Sears, and he's pulled it away into pretty much the same position, perhaps slightly squarer, and inching closer to that century. Scorers have poured scorn on my suggestion that this century is inevitable, but yeah,
60?
I'm picking it. He's up to 61 now. He's just that sort of batsman that we may have. Sorry about that, we may have lost you there for a moment. Some technical difficulties here. I believe we're back. You didn't miss too much, just 4 singles in that previous over.
Kelvin Scott coming back into the attack.
Runs here for Steve Mace. He's tickled it down the leg side. Chase for Robbie Frew. Won't get there. 4 more.
Gone.
Mace must be just loving these batting conditions. No terrors in the wicket. Definitely no terrors in the bowling attack. Nice sunny day, but not too hot. Great for batting. Especially if you're someone like Steve Mace. Bit of a run machine.
Two runs. 76.
Oh, bit of a false shot from Chris Holding, trying to turn it around the corner. Got a leading edge. No damage done.
7 off the over. 130.
130 is the score. That's 5.91 and over after 22 overs. Steve Mace, 77 off 78. Chris Holding, 8 off 18, just working into his innings. And the New Zealand captain is going to have a bowl. That's Adil Samani. Bowls leg spin. He's been bowling quite a bit recently in club cricket. Last weekend, I believe he bowled something like 30 overs. Big long spell. Playing
Over 2 days.
over 2 days, that is. He has taken 8 wickets in over-50s internationals, Adil Samani, in 10 matches, at an average of 35. Goes at 5.8 and over. So you wouldn't say he's been a frontline spinner for New Zealand, but he has bowled well on occasions, often bowls well at the death. And he can turn the ball. He's got a nice bowling action. You'll see that. He gets right through it. Looks good when he bowls. But he's got a big task here, bowling to a man who's well set on 77. In fact, that was his average before this match, Steve Mace, 77. So he's kept up with expectations.
Mace. Another single.
Oh, there's going to be overthrows here. That's poor from New Zealand. They bowled a good delivery that had been just guided gently down into the gully. No pressure at all, but a wayward throw from Mike Harrow, which has beaten the keeper. And how many overthrows did they get? 2 overthrows, so really poor from New Zealand. Samani won't be happy with that. New Zealand ragged this morning. Just lacking a bit of zip, the Kiwis, I think. Surprising, you know, they haven't played a game for a while, so they should have been fired up for this one.
Actually rusty.
Rusty is the word that has been used here. And another single to finish Samani's first over.
6 off.
6 runs coming off it. Still, it could be worse. You could be playing for New Zealand A against USA. 198 for 1 after 25 overs. That's 7.9 and over. That's a projected score of 355 for the Americans. That 1 wicket not helping them at all. New Zealand, the new batsman Fazal Alam, 35 off 21. Manapa Utaya is 70 not out from 68. 16 wides in there, 10 of them bowled by Neil Ronaldson. So the New Zealand team's struggling at home, but Horton Park is known for its high scores, so anything could happen. We've seen high scores chased down here as well in the past, both at over 50s and over 40s level. Oh, leg side stumping. That's brilliant by Mason Robinson. He absolutely loves leg side stumpings. Looks to get one every game. We were having a laugh about that on the pitch this morning, me with some of the New Zealand players, talking about how Mason Robinson wants to stand up to everybody so he can get leg side stumpings, and he's pulled off a beauty there. Kelvin Scott swinging the ball in, heading down the leg side, and Mason Robinson, quick as you like, whipped the bails off. Chris Holding stood no chance really. So Holding stumped Robinson, bowled Scott for 10, and Australia lose a second wicket.
Is the new batsman. That's batsman. Sorry?
11 for Holding.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 11. Oh, you don't count the. Oh,
2 count the wide.
sorry. How do you count the?
I don't count wides and no balls.
No, you don't count wide. You can normally count no balls. You normally don't count wides,
But
but
don't count either.
so it was off. It was out off a non-delivery.
Yep.
I see what it says on here. Yep, it says 11 off 21. Yep. 22.
And we talked about that in our meeting about Mason liking get stumpings down the legs.
Okay, new batsman for Australia, number 71, Andrew Kratzmann. If that sounds like a familiar name, I'll tell you why in a moment, why that is. He's about to face his first delivery from Kelvin Scott. And he's off the mark with a quick single. So yeah, Andrew Kratzmann, one of the famous Kratzmann brothers. His brother Mark and Andrew both played professional tennis. I think there might have been a doubles pair. Played Grand Slams. May have even won one, I'm not sure. But definitely well-known sporting family in Australian circles. Beautiful cover drive from Mace. Just one. He was a doubles specialist, Andrew Kratzmann. teamed up with Roger Federer at the men's doubles in Wimbledon in 2000. But he's teaming up with Steve Mace at the moment, batting for Australia in cricket.
So he was a tennis player.
Hmm.
Does he play a few backhand shots?
Strong arms.
Good delivery from Kelvin Scott, bowling on that just short of a length. And Steve Mace can't score a run off that final delivery of the over. 140 is the score for Australia.
2 for 140.
Successful over for Kelvin Scott.
2 for.
Yeah, 140 for 2, of course, is the score. That second wicket falling in that over. Mason Robinson taking leg side stumping to dismiss Chris Holding. Lovely piece of work it was too. And that was Kelvin Scott's 8th wicket in over 50s internationals. Before this match, he had 7 at 22.7. Run rate under 4. So he has been a good performer for New Zealand in the 7 matches that he's played before this tournament. Andrew Kratzmann was a star at the Australian National Championships. I believe he scored 2 centuries, including a biggie in the final.
Sorry?
Wind's got some shower. Oh, no, it's okay.
You're still going to see good line of sight through
Yeah,
there?
yeah, yeah. Thank you.
So just a bit of a field change. We've got a deep backward square leg. There's a mid-wicket on the boundary, long on, and a cover sweeper. Those are the 4 that Adil Samani is allowed outside the 30-metre circle at this stage. And this one is slammed away to the right of the cover fielder, who puts a foot out. Probably could have tried to roll over and field that with his hands, but he went for the foot option unsuccessfully. 4 runs. Very powerful shot from Steve Mace, thumping that one away through the covers. A little bit over-pitched from Adil Samani.
Moves to 85.
Steve Mace moving inexorably towards that 5th over 50s international century. I've still got money on him to get there. Not really, of course.
Over, 6 runs off.
Yep.
146.
So the Americans just putting the foot down on top of New Zealand A. They're 228 or 229 for one after 27. That's 8.4 and over. Fazal Alam 43 off 25. Manapa Utaya 87 off 75. Just boundaries all over the place. How many have they hit? 29, 34 boundaries and 3 sixes.
You got money on them too, Jim?
Hmm?
You got money on them as well? Dr. Mace.
Yeah, the bowling figures do not make pretty reading for New Zealand A. So they will have a tall target to chase. Anyway, back to this game. That's driven firmly straight into the knee of Adil Samani, or the shin actually of Adil Samani. You can see him hobbling around. That was hit strongly and tried to get his hands in the way, but it hit him on the shin, and that's going to hurt. That was hit pretty hard by Andrew Kratzmann.
Showing the pain.
That was a tough blow already day one. He's not looking like he's having a lot of fun out there, and didn't make any effort to field that ball.
Mace. Correct.
That's driven straight down the ground for 4. Beat the hand of the bowler Kelvin Scott, and once it had done that, gave no chance to Morris Patton at mid-off. It's gone underneath the sight screen for Andrew Kratzmann's first boundary. Aussies chugging along at just under 6 and over. Runs galore here at Horton Park. So if you like watching runs being scored, then stay tuned for the rest of this series. There's going to be plenty of them. I don't think the scores are going to go down too much through the series. The bowlers are going to get tireder. The forecast is for fine weather. So we could be in for a glut of runs over the next 4 days. 150 up for Australia. It's good fielding from Darren Sears, but still can't prevent the single.
8 off. 154.
$153.
4. 88. Two Snowman.
Two fat ladies. That's what we call them.
On your golf scorecard, Snowman is an 8.
Obviously, I don't play enough golf.
What if you do?
Was it?
You play, yeah. You play a lot of golf, but if you don't get any 8s, you do well.
I like it. Cricket takes a lot of time.
It's nicely bowled by Samani. Struggling a little bit with his shin. He took that tough blow directly on the shin, on the bone, last over.
I think he's saying it hurt.
It's a little bit.
Nicely flighted again by Samani. Good bowling in this over, 3 dots. New Zealand started off with quite a few dots in the first 2 or 3 overs, but then the Aussies realised this pitch was pretty good for batting.
No, there's one out
And
here.
since then it's been one-way traffic.
Square.
Nicely tossed up again. This is really good flight in this over.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in the infield on the offside. 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4 out. You only have 4 out. And then keep the road.
He will take a run this time, as Mike Harrow just allowing that ball to come to him, not really putting any pressure on the batsman. But good running from Steve Mace.
1 to go. Oh,
Bowled a no ball, Samani. I assume that's for overstepping. Not very good from the skipper. So it'll be a free hit. The field cannot change. Let's look at who's back. We've got that deep backward square leg, mid wicket, long on, and cover. They're the man out. And he heaves it away for 4 runs. The man coming around from long on can't stop it, and it goes into the boundary for 4.
Puts you in the 90s.
6 off. 160. Zero. And Mace is on 92.
Well, that's up in the batting.
What's your breaker on, Jim? You've got 37.
Yeah, so I don't know where I've gone wrong. But
Well,
that's,
maybe you're doing some of that futuristic work.
Two runs. Critson.
So what are you scoring on there? Is it the same?
No, that's pitch vision. That's just to keep the video in the score.
Ah, okay.
sorry, what?
Short climb
Yeah.
lead.
break. Just 2 hours ahead of us.
1, 2,
The idea was there was maybe a bit of a half-hour break, but they ain't happening.
dot ball, batsman. Phone charging now, Jim.
No.
It'll be 2 there at least.
You'll get 2 this time, cut away.
2 runs. So you're just at drinks on the other field. Does this half hour start to keep lunch
Yeah,
ready?
it's
We're
all
going to be together.
Yeah.
We're going to finish together.
Well, I think because they've been hitting the ball out of the park, not necessarily.
That's nicely bowled by Sears, appeal for LBW. I don't know if he hit it. Couldn't tell quite from here. Nicely bowled.
Didn't bounce as much.
Shout of pad first from one of the fielders, so it may have hit the bat, but also the pad. A little bit quicker, and this will be more work for the boundary rider to do, which he does. That's Colin Owens,
2.
who's got a good arm, and 2 more for Andrew Kratzmann. Another double for the former doubles tennis player.
6 off.
He likes doubles.
166.
Give up your day job.
Only 3 twos. Get with the program. Yeah.
That's why we're scoring.
On everyone, or no, it's 2 innings, 1 bounce. Mace. Is it this over then?
Two more great running from Steve Mace, showing lots of energy, and Andrew Kratzmann as well.
Now he's
Shout for caught behind. I didn't hear anything, neither did the umpire. Obviously Mason Robinson did. He's a lot closer to the action than us, but not out.
sorry. What's your question?
Short and wide, cut away. It will not be hauled in by Robbie Frew out there. Just erring a little bit, and easy pickings for the Australian batsman. That's yet another boundary, and yet another one for Steve Mace. Takes him up to 98 now. 98, just 2 runs away from a 5th over 50s international century. Extraordinary stuff from the Australian opening batsman. And it'll be well deserved if he can get there. Let's see. Steve Mace on 98. Punches it into the onside. He's going to push hard. I think he'll try. Kratzmann could have made it. I think they probably could have come back for that. Choosing not to this time, so that Leaves Mace on 99 now. 173 for 2 is the score. 1 ball left in this over. Still plenty of overs left in this innings. 16 of them, in fact. Big score on the cards today. Call is 2 this time. And they take that pretty easily as it's not timed all that well. It's 2 for Kratzmann. End of the over, 175 for 2. 6 runs and over. So, as I've mentioned, both of the New Zealand teams chasing leather today. New Zealand conceding 6 and over, New Zealand A conceding 8 and over. USA piling on the runs there. We'll take a look at that a little bit later. For now, we've got Steve Mace just 1 run away from a century. It'll be the first of this tournament. Unless Manapa Utaya can get 6 more runs in very short order. Okay, so Darren Sears, who's bowled 4 overs, none for 28, bowling to Steve Mace, who's on 99 from 103 deliveries, 15 fours in there. Another very typically Mace-like innings, accumulating, playing the shots he's good at, looking relentless, and showing why he is one of the world's top over 50s international players. Steve Mace on 99. Punches it up too long on, and it will bring up 100 for Steve Mace. Fantastic innings. Raises the bat. He knows he's done it. The Aussies down below us, they know he's done it. They're delighted for him. 2nd consecutive century for Steve Mace. Fantastic batting. What a career he's having at this level. He's scored nearly 900 runs at an average in the high 80s. Amazing. That's right, I did call it about 50 runs ago that it was inevitable. And Andrew Kratzmann celebrating with a boundary of his own, swept away for 4. Yes, so not to labour the point, but I think he was on about 50 or 55 when I said his century was inevitable. Not just predicted, but inevitable.
What were the odds? What was it paying?
Much to the scorn of my scorers over to the left, they said, "Jim, you're dreaming, mate." Anyway, well done, Steve Mace. It's all about you. It's not about me. Oh, it's through the gap again, and already some very tired-looking bodies in the New Zealand side. McCarty and Petrie almost competing to see who can run slower, chasing after that ball.
3.
First 3.
3, yes, some very tired-looking
First 3.
50-plus-year-olds out there, and we're only into the first innings of the first game.
There's not much pace between those 2.
Down the track, and very nicely pushed up to long on for another single for Mace. So he's still got 15 overs left, has Steve Mace. It could be easily looking at 150 here. He batted right through the Australian innings against the USA the other day, scoring 116 in that 45 overs. So he's been on the field for every ball of the Australian tour so far. yet to be dismissed.
Get away with that. You miss hit that.
Hasn't timed this one, Kratzman, but he's found the gap and they'll take 2 more. And that will herald the second drinks break of this innings. 30 overs gone, 186 for 2, Australia. We'll take a little break. Okay, here we are, back after the second drinks break. And we're going to have a change of bowling. It's Mr. Marlborough Cricket himself, Greg Stretch. This is his home ground. He's played approximately 1 million games at this ground.
No numbers.
Played more games for Marlborough than anybody else. Captained the team for ages. Plays for one of the clubs here, I forget which one. And he's been on the board of Marlborough Cricket. He's coached the team. He's played for it. He's captained them. He's done everything you can do for Marlborough, cricket-wise. Played rugby for them too, I believe. So, a real local hero. Let's see what he can conjure up with the ball, with his little O50s.
Right, so it's 186, 15 overs to go. Predictions of the total?
He's the man. He knows it all.
I'm still saying 321 here.
Yes, we have 15 overs left. If Australia can score at 7 and over, that's 105 to their total of 186. So I think at least 300 they'd be looking for. Probably more like 310. So I'll throw out a score of 311.
Nobody's going to conservative.
Oh, that's nicely played. Moving across the stumps and scooping the ball down to the boundary for 4. No one there, and on this lightning fast outfield, everything goes for 4 once it beats the infield. So a nice bit of inventive batting from Andrew Kratzmann.
Which he does.
Yes, I think you told me that yesterday, Bish, that he does play these sort of shots. Dangerous signs for New Zealand. Maybe that 311 was too low. I think they'll probably need at least that to feel comfortable. This is a high-scoring ground. New Zealand have plenty of hard-hitting batsmen themselves.
Bad as well.
Probably right.
Okay.
1 run.
Tossed up and good bit of fielding by Kelvin Scott. Parries it away. Probably saved 3. Oh, is there going to be an overthrow? There is. There's another bit of sloppy fielding from New Zealand, not backing up. So they've looked very rusty in the field today in New Zealand.
Does it now make it 312 in the picture?
Thank you to everyone who's tuning in on the YouTube coverage. A few comments there. Leanne Sipple has correct tennis knowledge, which was pretty limited to start with. She says, Andrew and Mark only played 1 tournament together. Mark partnered Darren Cahill for much of his career. Andrew made the final of the Aussie Open in January of 2000, losing 18-16 in the 5th set. So Leanne Sipple knows her tennis.
She's a sister. She's the Kratzman's sister.
Ah, turns out she's sister of one of the Kratzmans, so she would know. Thank you, Leanne.
My understanding. So, let us try.
And looks like the whole Kratzman family is tuning in. Louise Curtis Kratzman has said, just letting you know that Kratzman is spelt with 2 N's, not 1. I'm not sure where it's spelt with 1. I've got it with 2.
This is the...
Oh, it's a beautiful shot from Steve Mace. Thumped away, great placement, great power. Up onto the road. That's the first one that's gone onto the road today. have seen, no, not quite onto the road. Have seen balls disappear onto that road many times over the last few years. That's the first one today. Lovely shot for 4.
So is Cratsman's 4-1-1 the last 3?
4-1-1, yes.
Just looking through your scorecards. I can't see it spelt with one N anywhere, but
I got it wrong on his shirt.
oh, it's on his shirt. He's only got one on the shirt.
We got it fixed.
Maybe they ran out of space. It is a little bit of a long name.
Thanks for that.
Mace is spelt correctly, I believe. Plenty of room for his name.
Very small writing on those words, the name.
The Mace it is.
Yeah.
Never really looked at that.
Big shot this time from Steve Mace. Has it gone all the way? It has. Great shot wide of long on for 6. Just putting the foot down and slamming Darren Sears over wide long on. First 6 of the day. Interesting considering that the Aussies are going at 6.3. That's the first time they've hit one over the boundary in the air.
That one went on the road and across it. Into the house, mate.
Oh, I see what everyone's talking about. The one N. Now that is not a misspelling. It just runs out of space on the pitch vision. So there's only room for so many letters on the screen. So it's not a typo. It's just a space limitation issue. Thank you for clarifying that, Leanne. So if the name, for example, was Bartholomew McGillicuddy, we wouldn't have room for all of that name either. Yeah. So it's not a misspelling, but apologies to the Kratzman family. We do know how to spell Andrew's name. Anyway, hope you can still enjoy the coverage.
All sorts of trouble when you go to Sri Lanka.
No, I just keep adding to it.
Tossed up, hit again, chance of a catch, taken. Kelvin Scott to catch at mid-wicket. Trying one more time to hit it over the top. And Steve Mace is finally dismissed for the first time on tour. End of a Fenwick innings at 114. He scored of 112 balls, 16 fours and a 6, and he'll get a very warm round of applause as he comes off. Trying to slog that ball over the top, as he had done successfully previously in the over, just finding the safe hands of Kelvin Scott, who took it reverse cup. And the third wicket falls for Australia, finally.
205. 205. The 3.
And what is it, 30 seconds?
Paul Evans.
Finally, success for Darren Sears, who has been expensive today, like most of the New Zealand bowlers. He's gone at 8.5, but he has a wicket finally. 1 for 50. Paul Evans is the new batsman. Paul Evans scored a 50 on debut for Australia 3 or 4 days ago against the USA. Where's Paul from, Bish?
Victoria.
He's from Victoria.
He plays for the Geelong and the Veterans.
Okay.
It's worth.
Kratzman goes straight onto that lap sweep shot again. Scoop. Doesn't make contact this time. There is a big gap there. So you can can see he's aiming for it. So Greg Stretch is moving his backward square round finer, not too much. I don't know if that's going to make much difference if he does get hold of it. Throws it outside the off stump to prevent that shot, but it's a wide. So overcompensating Greg Stretch. Two is the call, but it won't be two, it'll just be one. Paul Evans, off the mark. So he's underway in this series as well. Wickets tumbling here at Hordern Park. New Zealand A have taken their second for the day. Ooh, it's a nice piece of work from Mason Robinson, the lumberjack, sweeping off the bails. Loves to be in the action. Man out for USA, Manapa Utaya. He scored a century as well. Congratulations to him. 103 before he was caught behind from the bowling of Lee Kelly. Tossed up and driven out to the cover sweeper. 1 run scored. To end Greg Stretch's second over, he's done pretty well. None for 12 from 2 overs, just that 1 boundary coming in the previous over.
Yep.
6.33 is the run rate. 12 overs to go. Plays out for Australia. Anthony Barranca was the first to go with the score at 85. He scored 37. It was LBW to Simon Dodds. Chris Holding, 11 off 22. He was the victim of a Mason Robinson leg side stumping off the bowling of Calgott. And then a partnership of around 70 between Andrew Kratzman and Steve Mace before Steve Mace was caught at cover by Kelvin Scott for a magnificent 114.
One run. Correct.
Another wicket falling for the USA. 3. Not here though. We're watching New Zealand versus Australia. Sears bowling to Paul Evans. It's shortish, whipped away into the leg side for 1 run. So it's almost exactly 6 years since New Zealand and Australia played New Zealand's first over-50s international. That was in Nelson, which is about an hour and a half from here. That was, as I mentioned, New Zealand's first ever series. Australia had played in the UK the year before. And that series, it was supposed to be a 3-match series. 1 match was rained out. The other 2 matches shared 1 apiece. Oh, that's very short. It's hoisted in the air. I think he might find himself caught here. No. Poor fielding. Mike Harrow never really made a proper effort to get there. It was high in the air. He had lots of time to get there, but he was always just behind the ball, and then at the last second it slipped through his fingers. So he's had a pretty average day in the field, Mike Harrow. His shy at the stumps was pretty average earlier. He's misfielded, and now he's dropped a pretty simple catch. Sorry, Mike. It's true. And now a beautiful shot from Paul Evans, caressing the ball out to the cover boundary for 4 runs. So that's adding a bit of insult to the injury of the drop catch before. The drop catch came off a very bad delivery, so it was poor all round from New Zealand. That was a better delivery, but a beautiful cover drive. So, good cricket from Australia, bad cricket from New Zealand. Into the over, 7 off it. Yes, so that initial series back in 2018 was shared 1-1. That was in February, and then in November, December of that year, we had the O50s World Cup in Sydney. That was the first one ever. New Zealand and Australia met twice there, once in the round robin and once in the semi-final. Australia winning both of those games. The semi-final was a real thriller. In the 2020 World, 2 teams didn't meet, but then there was a tri-series, as I've mentioned a couple of times, in 2022 in Brisbane. New Zealand played Australia twice and won both of those matches. And then
once in Sydney, we had to win that match to make the final. It was a round robin. I think it was an early one.
Yeah, there was.
yeah. And then at the 2023 World Cup last year, New Zealand beat Australia in a very close game at Claremont Cricket Club. So that's the history of Trans-Tasman over-50s matches. And those matches are contested for the Sterling Hammond Trophy, which is sitting on Richie Horner's table over to my left.
It's missing one from Sydney.
Is it?
I was trying to remember that earlier. Adils asked what the balance sheet was, and I said, I could only work out there was one in Sydney. I think it was just a round robin and 2 top points scores went through the final.
I've got 5.
Oh, he plays a cute little shot again, but the man is well positioned this time, so that fielding position helping out.
So I've got
2-1-1, dot 1.
5 run, 4 singles, dot and a 1.
4 singles a dot.
Yep.
So 2-1-1. And it went 1. Yep.
1.
Yeah, so overall, New Zealand's slightly ahead in the contest between these two countries, but lots to play for in this series. This will
2-2-1.
make a difference one way or the other, I believe. Two for for 3 is the score. 10 overs to go. Nicely tossed up by Darren Sears. It's a good delivery onto the pads of Paul Evans, who's looked industrious since he's been here.
1
One.
dot.
Up to date.
Good job.
It's good delivery again from Darren Sears. Oh, nice change of pace, slowing it up, and Evans missing out on the sweep there. So can Darren Sears close out this good over? Just the one off it so far. Easy single out to Adil Samani, who's way back on the edge of the 30-yard circle now. Plenty of gaps for the Aussies if they can find them.
Kratzman's facing those first walls, isn't he?
Sorry?
Kratzman facing those first two?
No, that was Evans.
Another single to Samani in that same position there.
And then a
Harmony, surely. That's really Mason's song.
United States 3 down, 278 for 3. Still barreling along at 7.4 and over.
I've got Kratzman on 39.
But, Lee Kelly has 2 wickets, 2 for 45.
Sure, I've got him 39. Oh, hang on, no, I've got 36 or 40.
Greg
40.
Stretch continuing here, full toss which has been slammed away. Fortunately for New Zealand, it's gone straight to,
so
who's
one
that out
run
there?
Kratzman
Might
now.
be Simon Dodds. Just 1 scored. Andrew Kratzman has looked innovative, working his way up to 42.
Kratzy's on 40.
So the run rate just dropping ever so slightly since Steve Mace was dismissed. It was up to around 6.4 at one point, now 6.16, but still very healthy with 7 wickets in hand for the Aussies. That's nicely bowled from Greg Stretch, a little bit quicker, flatter, and
3 off.
Evans trying to cut unsuccessfully. So just 3 runs off that over.
Rack my brains with it. Squeaky. It's the table, it's the league. brain through that first one. I know that one, the final was the one that had the asphalt. It's like sucking track.
It's up in the air, chance of a catch. I don't think he's going to get to it. He did reasonably well to get close to it. Just didn't have any speed in the legs there, really, to get close to it. Who was down there? Greg Stretch. Yeah, he hasn't got great knees, old Greg Stretch. So he was never really in with a good chance of catching that. Did they get two?
Two.
Yeah.
So he's on 46.
Oh, that's tossed right up by Darren Sears. One extra run. Appeal for LBW. That looked better than the previous appeal, but umpire Dave Patterson says it's not out and it's also a leg bye.
You know, you've got the scoreboard, Jim, so I can put it back.
It's all right. Didn't hit it. Okay then.
Darren Sears getting a little bit frustrated here. He's bowled well in his last 2 overs, very well actually, and he's creating chances. Run still coming for Australia, another single.
48, is that correct?
Yes. Maybe you're on your phones and they should be able to know.
Oh, I know that.
Another shout for LBW. This one's given this time. Finally some success for Darren Sears. Well, he did take a wicket a couple of overs ago, but genuine success with LBW this time. It was a bit shorter and flatter, and Evans on the back foot trying to whip it away. Trapped in front, and umpire Dave Patterson has a good long think about it and says, "You're out." Wicket number 2 for Darren Sears, wicket number 4 for New Zealand, and Paul Evans is on his way for 10. So New Zealand fighting their way back into this innings. It was looking very, very one-way traffic-ish with Mace and Kratzman. But then the wicket of Mace, and now Paul Evans just giving New Zealand a chance to keep that score
Should be Andrew Sharp.
around 300, which I think they'd be pretty happy with.
No, one to go, I think. 1, 2. Oh no, it's over. It's over. 4 off then. 5 to the score.
In fact, with 7 overs to go, Australia 232, they'd still need to go at 10 and over to get to 300. So I think from a New Zealand perspective, if they can keep the score below 100, they'll be reasonably satisfied. New Zealand A are not going to keep the USA below 300. USA at 285 for 4 with 6 overs left there.
The team list.
Yeah, should be on the team list.
I think Ashley Sibyl.
No, there's not one.
Mate,
There should be 8 sharp.
correct. Tony Clark. No, he's not even in there.
No, should be.
So what's his name?
Andrew Sharp. Can I put Sipple?
Yeah, but no, he wasn't. Was he late replacement in the squad?
He was never. He was. Remember I told you, he was the one out. When they
So it was Ashley
Andrew Sharp. So he wasn't in the original squad when it was selected, but it was about a month ago. I think that's what you mean. But today it was definitely.
Because he's probably not in the program then.
You should be.
Right, Greg Stretch continuing. He's done well here on his home ground, none for 20 or 4 overs. Make that 21 now. Andrew Sharp off the mark.
No, that was...
Sorry, that was Kratzman, I beg your pardon.
Bowling is still Stretch.
So what's...
I'll check the names from the programs.
Oh, he's not in
See,
there.
one not
Oh, so
here.
originally Regent was coming. But it was sort of well over.
Okay, so this is Andrew Sharp now, left-hander,
So I just got
facing his first delivery. He played against the USA as well, down in Rangiora the other day, scored 25 not out. As Australia set a target in that game, which is exactly what they're doing here. So he's coming in a similar position to what he did against the Americans.
Yeah.
I'll look for me.
Oh, that's a good delivery from Greg Stretch. I don't know if that's spun, I doubt it, but...
Did it?
oh, he hit it, in fact. Yeah, it took the outside half of the bat, squirted away down to gully. So Sharp is off the mark, but unconvincingly. Possibly a drop catch then, because I'm pretty sure it hit the gloves of Mason Robinson. And this will be 50 for Andrew Kratzman. Congratulations to you, Andrew, your first international over 50s half century. Very well batted. 49 from...
50 or 51?
Yes, 50 now, from 51 deliveries. So very well played, Andrew Kratzman.
3 fours.
Yeah, 3 fours in that innings. Came in and did exactly what his team needed. He had to score quickly to help this big target. And he's played well all around the dial, really.
Projected scores come back a bit. One was 321, it's now suggesting 296. Another bet on hedge your bets, Jim.
Yeah.
Cover one.
Another dinky little shot from Andrew Kratzman.
5
And
off.
third man, 1 run, 5 off the Greg Stretch over, which is exactly what he's going at per over. None for 25 from 5. And 6 overs to go in the Australian innings. 237 is their score.
You need a new bowler.
If you missed some of the earlier innings, Anthony Barranca scored 37, Chris Holding 11, Steve Mace can't stop scoring centuries, got 114 today, 16 fours and a 6, great innings. Paul Evans scored 10, Andrew Kratzman, as you can see, is 51 not out, Andrew Sharp 2 not out. Wicket takers for New Zealand, Darren Sears has 2 of them, he's bowled his spell now, 2 for 64. Simon Dodds will replace him, he's got 1 for 39. Kelvin Scott, the other wicket taker, 1 for 40 from 7. No sign of Morris Patton, who's been the most economical for New Zealand, going at 3.2. Maybe he'll come back into the attack from this end. Let's see. So Simon Dodds, a little bit wayward today. He dished up some short wide stuff for Steve Mace in particular, and I hate to say it, but he has been extremely expensive at the death bowling for New Zealand. I remember the match against the USA. New Zealand were on top of that match in the round robin, and then the batsman took a liking to Simon Dodds, and that extra 20 or 30 runs they scored off him at the end of the USA innings was probably the difference in that match. Anyway, we'll give Doddsy another chance. Here he is. That's a beautiful lap shot, scoop shot from Kratzmann. Right down towards us, underneath us here. Very well played. You would have seen that nicely on the screen there. Just shuffling across to the offside and helping the ball down to fine leg for 4. Bit of field tinkering going on, as you can see. Dodds and Samani discussing how to allocate their resources. We've got a third man. It's Richard Petrie. Looks like he might be coming up into the circle. Colin Owens is down at fine leg to cut off that scoop shot. We've got a mid-wicket on the boundary and long on and long off, and a cover sweeper. More tinkering now for the left-handed Andrew Sharp. Colin Owens will stay where he is, but he'll become a third man instead of a fine leg. Richard Petrie will stay up. So pretty similar boundary riders for the left and right-hander. Could be 2 here. He's just dinked it into the onside. Work for Richard Petrie to do, but he does it well, and 1 is scored. Hit down the ground. Is there a chance of a catch? No, it's gone over his head for 6 runs. Lovely straight shot from Andrew Kratzmann. Down the line.
With 2 ends.
With 2 ends, yes. And it was to the offside of straight. Hit through the ball very nicely. 6 runs. That's his first 6 to go with 4 boundaries. And Dodds proving expensive. Here's the scoop shot again. Is the man there? He is. Colin Owens will cut it off. $250 up for Australia. Is that right?
Yep.
Correct.
Yep, $250. With 1 ball left in the 40th over. So they've got that run rate up to 6.3 again, and it's on the upward trend.
There is.
And they'll take 2 to finish a productive over for the Australians. 15 runs coming off that comeback over from Simon Dodds, and as I thought, he has been a bit leaky. I don't know if he's a great death bowling option actually. They keep giving him the ball at the end of the innings and he keeps going for runs. I think that Samani himself would have been a better option, or Maurice Patton perhaps. It's just he bowls that pace that batsmen like. He's not super quick and he does give width. So from a New Zealand perspective, I'd be looking to try somebody else for the last few overs. From the Hills end, Greg Stretch is doing well from this end, the pavilion end. New Zealand don't want to throw away that momentum that they had. They pulled things back quite well. Swept away. That's a beautiful looking shot. What class in that one. Down on one knee and swept it away really, really nicely out to the square leg boundary for another 4. That's the 5th 4 for Andrew Kratzmann. And he's looking very fluent now.
So is he going to get a century, Jim? Money on that one? Has he got enough time? 1 run. People always forget when they say 70, they look at 100 and go, well, it's actually closer to 50 than it is to 100.
So these last 4 overs are going to be really crucial for both sides. If New Zealand can keep the score below 300, I think they'll feel that's about right. But if they let Australia get away and they get 310 or even 315 or upwards of that, that's going to make it tricky. Whatever happens, it's going to be a big chase. But great batting conditions. Shout for LBW, swinging across the line, missing, hit it on the pads.
4.
No signal, must have
He
been
hit it.
He did hit it, in fact. The umpire has not signalled, so it must have been bat in it. Oh no, hang on, he's signalling now, so just maybe being reminded by the bowler. So runs off every ball in that over.
10 off.
10 coming off it, and 4 overs to go now. The USA have brought up 300. They've got 2 overs left to add to that. So their run rate's actually come down in the last 10 overs. They were going at 8.5 for most of it, now down to just 7. Whereas the Aussie run rate is on the upward trajectory.
Change bowler, Kelvin Scott.
Yeah, so the Simon Dodds experiment, not a success, and Kelvin Scott will come back in. Still no sign of Maurice Patton, who's only gone at 3.2 and over. So unless he's injured, I'm not sure why he hasn't had another bowl. Kelvin Scott, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 39. So if needed, he could bowl overs 42 and 44. And Greg Stretch has enough overs to bowl overs 43 and 45 if required. Here's Scott to Sharp. And he hits it down towards long on. Is there a chance of a catch? Another one goes down. The fielder wasn't ready for that.
And he palms it over the boundary.
Who is that down there? He's quite far away. It might, no,
sorry.
might be Robbie Frew. I'm not sure. Anyway, he was slow to react. It did get to him pretty quickly and bounced through his hands over the rope for 6.
No, that's Morris Patton.
Oh, it is? It is Patton. He's got a different shirt on now.
That's when I went back and got a real shirt. So that was 6 to Sharp.
This one squirted away down behind the keeper. 1 run.
But I can tell you he's 127 metres away.
Oh, well, that's important. That's why I can't see him.
It's just 2 balls gone. It's just a 6-1.
Sorry?
6-1.
Yes,
Yeah.
just slowly.
Wants to come back for 2, does Kratzmann, but Sharp says no. Kratzmann showing that he likes doubles, but Sharp preferring singles. Oh, that's short and hammered away. Bit of work for the fielder to do. Does it well out there on the boundary. That's
It's a long throw from there.
it is a long throw, and he does it really well. I think that's Colin Owens, who's been riding the boundary for a good chunk of today, probably because he is able to throw from the boundary. He does really well. Did they take 2? They did. 10 off the first 4 balls here. Oh, and that's a full toss, which has been not timed, but
Good enough for
enough for 4. 1 bounce for 4. So he was actually probably lucky that he didn't time it, because he hit it straighter than he looked like he was hoping to. But he thumped it powerfully enough to take 4.
off the bat.
So, Kelvin Scott not proving much more economical than the man he replaced, Simon Dodds. 14 so far off
He has.
5 balls in this over. And there'll be 2 runs. They're coming back. That's good running. Good running from Kratzmann in particular. Morris Patton made good ground to cut that off, but could only underarm it in, and they come back for 2. So 16 runs off Kelvin Scott's over as well. And Australia powering towards 300. 278 they are, with 3 overs to go. Definitely looking for 300 now.
Did you think they up to 312?
Oh, what did I... Okay, Greg Stretch. What can he do? Bowling at the death. straight to Kelvin Scott, but they're running with the shot at the moment, the Aussies, and taken easily. Andrew Kratzmann, 72 of 57. What a great innings from him. Running hard again, but they'll just take one. Swept powerfully, but there is that fielder out there again. Just one. So 3 singles off the first 3 balls of this over. Greg Stretch continuing to do a good job. Bowling right at the end. Under pressure from the batsman. None for 37 he has from 6.3. This one is in the gap and Richard Petrie won't cut it off. Made it into a full toss to Andrew Sharp. That was really nicely manoeuvred by him, and as I've been saying all day, once it's in just the slightest of gaps, there's no stopping it. 4 runs. So he's scored 26 from just 13, Andrew Sharp. Doing a similar job to what he did against the USA the other day, coming in the late overs and helping Australia set a really good target. That's excellent fielding from Greg Stretch, stretching out.
Second dot ball is that for sure.
Shout for LBW, not out, nothing happens. Dot ball. 2 dots in a row to end his over. That's his 7th. It's New Zealand's 43rd, or Australia's 43rd.
Yep.
285 is the score. 2 overs to go here. I can tell you that the USA innings is over. They ended on 311. So I didn't say which game I was predicting 311 for, did I? So 311 for 5, the Americans, highlighted by 103 to Manapa Utaya. 3 wickets to Vishal Dubey for New Zealand A. So that will be an exciting chase. Some good batting in the New Zealand A lineup. Look out for John Gary, Lee Kelly. Who else have they got there that we should watch out for? Matt Everest. Yeah, plenty of good batting in that lineup. Simon Murphy. Bert Horner is in good form. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Wayne McKenzie. Here we go. It's going to be 4 more for Kratzmann, swinging it away into the gap on the leg side. Another boundary is up to 77 now. A great innings from Andrew Kratzmann. Is he any chance of 100? Needs 23 more. He's got the best part of 2 overs. It's gone straight this time. This is going over the head of long on for 6. What a great shot. Andrew Kratzmann just swung through that one. And 6 from the moment it left the bat. Beautiful shot. So he's heading towards that century. 10 off 2 balls to start Kelvin Scott's over. And Kelvin Scott had bowled 6 overs, 1 for 37. He's gone for 28 in 8 balls since he's come back. Goes again. This one he's clothed a little bit. One bounce out too long on. Australia just 4 runs away from 300 now. Bit of footwork from Kelvin Scott probably doesn't really make any difference. It's still 1 run scored. Australia have done really well to get up to where they are now. They've scored at 10 and over for the last 6 or 7 overs. Oh, big again. This is over long on. 6 more. Look out on the street there. Hits the toilet block. Second 6 of the over. Andrew Kratzmann. He is into the 90s now. 90 he is. He's a good chance of 100, I reckon.
Come on, call it.
Good chance. Yes. I'll leave it at good chance.
He's got to get a single off this ball. Gets the other end. Gets him striking in the last over.
I think they're going to exceed my predicted score of 311 at this rate. This is going to be 4 more bounces just inside rope. Not as elegant a shot as the previous ones that we've seen, but almost as effective.
Moves to 95, but he hasn't got the strike.
Is it 22 runs coming off that Kelvin Scott over. He finishes with 1 for 77 from 9 overs. So 40 runs coming off his last 2 overs. Australia 307 for 4, and looks like they're going to get more than the USA did. The USA were rocketing along at 8.5 and over for a lot of their innings. And they tailed off slightly, whereas Australia have gone the other way. They've tailed up. 1 over to go. It's going to be Greg Stretch to bowl it.
95, yeah? 77?
Yes, 95.
That's what I said too. So who's bowling from here? It's
Greg Stretch.
So Morris is finished.
So he's got to get it. He's got a 1 or a 3 to get Kratzmann on strike. Give him a chance.
Okay, Greg Stretch bowling to Andrew Sharp. Last over of the Australian innings. What can the Aussies get up to? Can Andrew Kratzmann reach his century? Let's find out. Now what's happened here is he's stumped him. I think it's a stumping. Good work from Mace Robinson. Very, very sharp. It was almost hard to tell there. He was so quick back to the stumps with the ball. But Andrew Sharp having a big swing at that one. Missing, and he must have just crept out of his crease. So success for Greg Stretch. Another stumping for Mace Robinson. And Australia losing wicket number 5.
27?
Yes. Can we make?
Yeah.
Damien Meek coming in at number 7. He's a good batsman. He scored an innings in the World Cup. I think it might have been against the West Indies. He did some really big hitting in one of the games. So he's a good player. He's not going to have much chance today to show what he can do. He's got 5 balls. And I think he might just be looking for a single to give Kratzmann a chance to get to 100. Well-deserved wicket for Greg Stretch. He's bowled very accurately today. in difficult conditions, 1 for 41. And Meek will get that single. Which will bring Kratzmann on strike on 95. Where will he be looking? I think he'll be looking at the gap between long on and mid wicket over the top.
Or the gap over the fence.
That's high in the air. What's happening here? Chance of a catch taken. Ah, Kratzmann will not reach his century. Very nicely judged catch by, is it Simon Dodds out there? Or is it Colin Owens? I think it's Simon Dodds. Yep, well taken. Took it low down, but judged it well. Kratzmann hit it high and hard, but just didn't have enough length on it to reach the boundary. But magnificent innings, as you'll hear when he comes back in, gets a warm round of applause. 95 from 64 deliveries, 7 fours and 3 towering sixes. Excellent innings. Who's the bowler?
The only one sharp.
Okay. Anyway, Tim Haseman is the new batsman, and he will get off the mark straight away. Now, 1 ball left. Australia are 310.
2 left.
Oh, 2 balls left, sorry.
Good
Australia,
try.
310.
309.
Hello, 311's on.
309 there.
Yeah,
Ah,
309, yeah.
okay.
There's your 310 with the leg by.
I'll give it to you anyway.
Thanks.
That's enough, Jim.
Yeah, I reckon away.
And just one, and astonishingly, Australia will finish on exactly 311. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Both matches, first innings, exactly the same. 311 for USA, 311 for Australia. In about 45 minutes or so, New Zealand will come out and try to score 1 run more than that. Join us then.
playing, he was
Much?
Short again, that's going to be a wide. So the Australian innings, top scorers were Steve Mace with 114 and Andrew Kratzmann with 95. Great batting from those two in particular. All the Aussie batsmen contributing pretty much. This is a high scoring ground, as we've seen over the years, and also in the first innings today. So, of boundaries and runs and action still to come.
So you booking, do you suggest putting any money on anyone, Jim?
Oh, what a screamer. What a great start for Australia. Amazing catch, diving away to his right. Is that Steve Mace?
no Kratzmann.
Andrew Kratzmann going full dive down to his right. And what an amazing start for Australia. Exactly what they need. And not what Greg Stretch would have been expecting. First ball duck on his home ground. Fending at that one. James Morris is a tall bowler and he got a bit of bounce, and Greg Stretch poked at it, got the edge, probably thought that it was going to find a gap, but no, it didn't. Super low catch by Andrew Kratzmann. Really well done by him. And first blood to Australia early on.
Simon Dodds.
Sorry? No. It's Colin Owens.
Oh, they both got 31. Oh, no, he's 30.
Is he?
I think that catch might have been just out of view on your screen there. You would have seen Andrew Kratzmann diving away. He did catch it, and it was a really, really good take. So when you're chasing 312 at basically 7 and over from the start, you don't want to lose a wicket in the first over. But it gives Colin Owens an opportunity. He usually does open the batting. He is fresh off a century, I believe, at club cricket. Lives up in Hamilton these days. Colin Owens lived all his life in Wellington before that. Ooh, and he beats the bat again, James Morris. Well bowled. Colin Owens playing a similar sort of shot to the one that Greg Stretch got out to, except Stretch nicked his. So 6 for 1, plenty of action already in the first over. Obviously, New Zealand do need to score quickly if they're going to chase down this target, but we did see a little bit of movement early on for New Zealand when they bowled, and Australia were respectful of that, only going at around 3 for the first 5 or 6 overs, but then once the wicket flattened out and the ball stopped swinging and seaming, it became very easy for batting. Philip Melville will open the bowling from the Hills end. He's been in and out of the Australian side over the last few years. He played in the Quad Series in 2022, was then dropped for the 2023 World Cup, but he's back in the team now. Good performer at grade cricket level in Sydney for many, many years. Cut away by Richard Petrie, 4 runs. Petrie will probably not be running a huge amount of singles today. It's his sort of batting wicket, this one. The outfield is lightning fast, and he'll know straight away as soon as he hits it whether it's a boundary. I don't think we'll see too many dribbling over the boundary line. So both of these bowlers starting with short wide deliveries that Richard Petrie has thumped away through point for 4. And that's slashed over third man, 4 more. It was Fuller and he had a big swing at it. Caught the outside edge, not really a chance. Kratzmann's a tall man standing in slips, but it went flying over his head. Richard Petrie has been part of the New Zealand O50s side since it started back in 2018. He's played 18 O50s internationals before today. I'll tell you about his stats in a moment. Oh, no ball, and you don't really want to be giving Richard Petrie free hits, but that's exactly what Australia have done. So, Philip Melville will have to bowl this one again, and Richard Petrie has a free hit, only 2 men out. And he's not going to need any of those fielders because it's gone for 6 runs over where long on would have been. Free hit, no danger of getting out, and Petrie swings through the ball. Doesn't really time it. If he had timed it, it would have probably gone over the road, but enough to cover the boundary. 6 runs.
Got across the road, gone along the ground. Covered by a spectator.
So Richard Petrie, New Zealand's leading run scorer, I think, in second leading, just 24 runs behind Adrian Dale going into this match, so he'll be close to overtaking Dale now. Already up to 19. So he's before this match he had scored 628 runs at an average just under 45, 6 half centuries, and he's also taken 13 wickets at 20. So a good all-round performer for New Zealand. Number 10, Richard Petrie.
Over 15 off.
15 runs coming off that, the second over. So New Zealand up with the run rate. Well, ahead of it really. They need 6.8 from here. Speaking of Adrian Dale, he is not available for this
21
tournament
for 1 off
due to
2.
injury. Hope you're watching though, AD, if you are, and enjoying watching the team. James Morris bowling with the wind, and it is quite a blustery wind. It's stronger than it looks. Beautiful cover drive from Colin Owens. That's one of the shots of the day already, I reckon. Just put the foot out to the pitch of the ball and stroked it through cover 4 as soon as it left the bat. James Morris, this is his 9th match. He's taken 9 wickets before today at 22, so that's a pretty good record. Took 4 for against the USA the other day. He's taken 1 already today. He's bowling to Colin Owens, who is averaging 43 at this level. 3 half centuries and 10 matches. Driving again, 4 more. Don't bother chasing that one. Well, he does bother, but not really any point. Second lovely cover drive for 4 in the over from Colin Owens.
8 off.
8 coming off James Morris's second over.
29 for 1.
New Zealand already ahead of the run rate with no real trouble apart from that 1 wicket. Out of Greg Stretch, who was out for a golden duck.
This game that's on here must be the round robin game. Because Australia defeated New Zealand by 2 wickets. The semi-final, we needed runs off the last ball, so you would have won by
Take a quick single of some description here. Let's see what it is. As Trindle does a nice little back flick. It's a leg bye.
So it's a semi-final, it's not a trophy, Jim. Very well.
Still a slip in a gully, in for Colin Owens. Phil Melville bowling, aiming to get that nick into that area, but Colin Owens lets it sail harmlessly through to the Australian keeper, who is Anthony Barranca. Opened the batting today, did Barranca, scored a pretty comfortable 37 before he was LBW to Simon Dodds. Good tight over from Phil Melville, just the leg by off it, so that makes it a maiden. Pretty good in the context of this high scoring game. As a reminder, we have 2 games on at this ground today. The one over to my left is between the USA and NZA. USA is actually the first team. A stands for America, of course. USA scored 311. New Zealand A chasing 312, a 30 without loss after 7 overs. So a bit of a slow start, but no wickets down. So building a base. John Gary and Wayne McKenzie. John Gary is in pretty good form. The last 4 innings that he's played at club level, he's scored over 500 runs apparently, including a 190 and a 180 as well. We'll see him here at some stage in the tournament batting. In the meantime, James Morris bowling to Richard Petrie. Oh, and he's tucked him up. He's hit him in an uncomfortable area, getting a fair bit of bounce. You don't see Petrie lose his composure all that often, but he did on that occasion. Big bone to go with it too. He's very tall, James Morris. You might not see it so well on your screen there because of the angle, but he's probably 6'5". He's getting up there. Richard Petrie's tall himself, 6'3", 6'4". Shout for LBW. Finger comes up from the side in that familiar fashion of this umpire, and Richie is out. LBW to James Morris for 19. That was a full delivery, and it was well bowled because the last 2 had been shortish, and the ball before Petrie had almost premeditated it, tried to paddle it round the corner.
19.
This time was much fuller, and he went to try and whip it away, struck on the pads in front of the stumps. That means LBW. New Zealand lose number 2. 30 for 2 they are, inside just the 5th over, and that's a danger gone. Richard Petrie, LBW for 19.
Robbie Frew is the batsman.
So Petrie won't overtake Adrian Dale as New Zealand's leading run scorer today, at least. And the Aussies looking good. Robbie Frew is the new batsman. Very stylish, technically correct player. The challenge that he'll have today is being able to score at a quick enough clip. He can be a little bit slow.
Good job, Ash.
And coming in at 30 for 2, he has to be a little bit careful, but at the same time, that run rate required is... So you can't let New Zealand fall behind the run rate. We'll have to keep a close eye on that through the course of the through innings. James Morris, 2 for 14. Ooh, and he beats through. Beats through first up. Beaten again.
It was more comprehensive, that one.
So Robbie threw a well-known figure in Canterbury Country, which is Canterbury outside of Christchurch. Does a lot of coaching there. Won a big award last night actually for his coaching at the New Zealand Cricket Awards. Congratulations to Robbie for that. So we've had 2 maidens in a row by the Aussies. This last one a wicket maiden. So that has brought them right back on top. And New Zealand have an uphill battle from here. Two batsmen at the crease who are not necessarily known for scoring rapidly. They both can, but it's not what they're renowned for. Both of them are more anchor batsmen. So they'll have to develop a partnership, but keep those runs ticking over and not let things get too difficult for the hitters to come. The likes of Scott McCarty, Kelvin Scott, Simon Dodds, Adil Samani. Quite a bit in this innings. The ball jagging back into the batsman off a length. The Aussie opening bowlers have bowled straight, with a couple of exceptions, and that's probably been the difference so far. New Zealand fed up too many wide deliveries to the Aussies early on, or throughout the innings really. Oh, I think he's nicked that, but it's a no ball. The no ball call came early, and I'm pretty sure that Colin Owens nicked that one through to the keeper. So
Just about short of the keeper.
oh, just fell short of the keeper apparently. But yeah, an escape. But it does give Colin Owens a free hit. This is the second no ball that Melville has dished up. What can Colin Owens do with it? Not much. He'll pick up one into mid-wicket.
Short of the keeper. Just got him half forward.
Chance at the keeper's end, direct hit. But Colin Owens is pretty quick, and the pick-up and throw wasn't as quick as the throw itself. So Robbie Frew off the mark.
3 off.
So is it 4 dots no ball to handle win?
Yeah, 4 dots, no ball, 1-1. 33. 6.
Short, pulled away, and that will go to the boundary. Easy as you like, that pull shot from Robbie Frew. No real power, didn't need it. The outfield is quick enough. What you have to do is get it past the infield. That's a better delivery, really nice length. And Frew prodding forward. Again, the ball sliding past the outside edge. So he's bowled some great deliveries so far this afternoon. James Morris, number 63 for Australia. Oh, he's bowled him. What a great delivery. Top of off stump. Robbie Frew prodding forward and not only beaten, but it's destroyed his castle. What a wonderful delivery that was. New Zealand in all sorts of trouble now. 37 for 3. Robbie Frew goes for just 5. And Morris, he's on fire. 3 wickets now for the big man. This new look Aussie side is pretty impressive, I have to say. They had a fairly poor World Cup last year. They made some changes, and these guys look good. They are aggressive and have intent with the bat, and they've got good range of bowlers.
Scott McCarty.
Yes.
And they've got New Zealand in heap of shtuk early on, 37 for 3. That brings Scott McCarty to the crease for New Zealand. This time a couple of days ago, McCarty was at the end of a big round-the-world work trip. So I think he flew back into New Zealand either yesterday morning or the night before. Just arrived and joined the team yesterday afternoon, and here he is with a very difficult challenge to win an international cricket match for his country. But he's a real competitor, is Scott McCarty. Former first-class cricketer. So was Robbie Frew. James Morris is causing a lot of difficulty for the New Zealand batsman with his height and his bounce. End of another fantastic over. 4 runs and a wicket off it. And Morris has 3 for 18. New Zealand 37 for 3 after 7 overs. They were 21 after 2, So the last 5 overs, only 16 runs and 2 wickets. No wickets down for New Zealand A, but they're going along a bit slowly. Also chasing 312. They're 38 without loss halfway through the 11th. It's nicely clipped away by Colin Owens, but just one. Scott McCarty is the sort of guy who likes to take a few balls, or ideally a few overs, to get his eye in. Just push it round. When he does get going, he'll favour the leg side, particularly strong on the sweep to the spinners. There's a nice whip over mid-wicket. Beaten. Great delivery from Melville. So New Zealand finding it much harder than Australia did. I think we saw 2 balls beat the bat from Morris Patton. Beat Steve Mace a couple of times. But after that, it looked very flat. New Zealand not finding it easy at all. Richard.
Great. Which has totally changed. It's now.
Just a little bit quicker too, these guys.
Yeah. Yeah. They just early 50s or just?
Yeah.
Again, beating Colin Owens. This is excellent bowling from James Morris. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing with the ball. We're a bit off centre here. But he's clear doing enough. And as I said before, bowling straight, which New Zealand failed to do. Just too many wide balls from New Zealand. Couldn't string lots of dots together, but are doing that. We saw one maiden in the entire Australian innings, that bowled by Morris Patton. We've seen two already in the first 9, bowled by Australia, and heading towards a third perhaps. No, Colin Owens goes over the top but with no power, and one of the 3 fielders outside the circle is out there at cover. So just one. Run rate required for New Zealand already up to 7.5. They've lost 3 wickets. So it's going to be a big challenge, still needing 273 runs. It's a lot of runs.
Spot out here. It's thick backward square.
Shout for LBW. Finger goes up
He
again.
didn't get the circles.
No, he didn't do the circle this time. He went straight up. Did the umpire. Full again from James Morris. Time it's Scott McCarty who will not get off the mark. Out for a 5-ball duck, and Australia are all over New Zealand, particularly James Morris. He took 4 against the USA, and he's got 4 already in just his 5th over. So amazing bowling from the big right armour. New Zealand capitulating.
It's over too.
Yeah.
So 39.
Yep.
Captain's going out.
So, New Zealand captain Adil Samani has come to the wicket a lot earlier than he would have expected. 39 for 4 New Zealand.
Yeah.
In a whole heap of trouble.
That's the captain, isn't it?
Yeah. Captain.
Philip Melville continuing. He's done a good job keeping things straight from the far end, allowing James Morris to scythe through New Zealand. He'll be bowling to Colin Owens.
Listen, we're having it.
You just can't pierce the field yet. We saw a couple of beautiful cover drives early on. But apart from that, he's scored 3 runs off 26 deliveries.
Yeah. 195. Oh, 195 and a great catch.
Yes.
And another no ball.
Oh, and I think he's given away an easy single there.
There was no ball. Didn't want to be run out.
Okay, so it's a no ball again. So that's probably the only thing we can fault the Aussies for so far, is that Phil Melville has bowled 3 no balls. 1 was hit for 6, 1 was hit for 1.
Perhaps I didn't want to give away the free hit.
What can Colin Owens do with this one? Hits it down the ground. That's a beautiful shot, and it's gone
6.
all the way for 6. So much better use of a free hit on this occasion from Colin Owens, and maybe that will free him up a little bit. Didn't look like he really timed it perfectly, but
Big enough.
yeah, hit well enough to go for 6 and roll over the bank at the end, across the street. So really, the only thing that Phil Melville needs to work on is stop bowling no balls. Everything else is working very well for them, the Aussies. Long off is back now, which seems a little unnecessary considering Owens hasn't really looked like playing that sort of shot when it's not a free hit. Let's see.
Maybe he's there for the next no ball.
And the ball does go up to long off now. It would have been fielded by mid off if he'd stayed where he was. So they conceded a single. If you're wondering, Anthony Barranca is captaining today. Tony Clark not fit. He's got a couple of injuries. He's got a foot injury and a thumb injury. And we may not see him at all in this series, which is a shame. So Anthony Barranca, the wicketkeeper, standing up as captain. Here's Samani facing his first ball, and he has to jam down on that one.
Well, they do presentations in here.
So 10 overs gone. New Zealand 46 for 4. 46 is okay. They could have lived with that if they were none down, but 4 down.
47.
Through the covers again, but not through the covers, into the covers. Oh, they'll take an extra run here as the ball ricochets away. It was looking like a dot, but they do pick up one. So Samani gets off the mark a little bit luckily. Slammed away by Alan Owens. Really nice, just waiting for that width. And as soon as it comes, he latches onto it. It was a beautiful cut out to the enormous tree that's on the boundary there. And that's his third boundary, so plus a 6, which was gifted to him as by way of a free hit. Oh, that's edged into the slips, through the slips, down to the boundary for 4 more. We saw Andrew Kratzman take an amazing low catch to dismiss Greg Stretch in the first over of the game. That one was similar, but just fell in front of him, I think. And then down to the boundary for 4. So consecutive 4s, one very, the other more streaky. But New Zealand will take whatever they can at this point. He's been cut away by Adil Samani down to third man, but the third man wasn't watching. He was chatting with one of his, I think it might be the physio walking around the boundary, who does enjoy a chat, the physio that is. And he distracted Craig Trindle, who was
back in the game.
lurched back into action by the despairing cries of his teammate. No harm done, 1 scored.
But noted for the fine session.
Yeah.
Still talking to him.
He's a physio, is he? Is he?
Yeah.
Hence his name on the back of the shirt, Cairo. 1 run.
Yeah, still talking.
2 off,
Yeah.
total 59.
Yeah.
59 for 4 after 12.
So this will be Craig Trimble.
You want them backwards?
He's running forward.
You still need any right. New bowler. Craig Trindle.
Okay, so the man who was engrossed in conversation a moment ago down the boundary is now going to have a bowl. This is Craig Trindle.
I think Grace is the right word.
Listening.
End of the spell for James Morris. Excellent spell, 4 for 29 off 6.
Bit of bounce there.
Jinx breaks over there. So I'm still on a couple of his errors.
Now where's Craig Trindle from Fish?
He's originally New South Wales, he's in Queensland.
Okay, originally from New South Wales, we're reliably informed. Now lives in
Played with
Queensland.
Phil Melville in his junior days.
Okay. That's beautifully played by Colin Owens. Just leans back and then throws his hands into the ball and glides it away through the covers. So he's played some lovely shots this afternoon, Colin Owens. 3 really nice shots through the covers and 1 excellent cut shot. So looking good through the offside.
So he's Aboriginal, Indigenous descent.
Mm-hmm. I'm reliably informed by the Australian manager that Craig Trindle is the second Indigenous Aboriginal player for Australia O50s after Matt Lewis. And he's bowled wide. Looks a little bit like Jason Gillespie from afar with the long hair tied back. Tallish. And again, over through extra cover for 4 runs. So again, looking really good through the offside. Tossed up by Trindle and Colin Owens quickly onto that off drive. This one was in the air, but it went quickly enough and wide enough of the fielder that there was never a chance of a catch. Second boundary of the over. Colin Owens has worked his way up to 36 from 40, 6 fours and a 6. Just a little bit of a partnership starting to form. Mostly through the bat of Colin Owens. Samani's only on 10. But things just looking a little bit easier since James Morris's
9 off.
spell ended.
68 for 4.
This will be O50s. Oh no, Melbourne still.
Slip's gone. Gully's gone.
New Zealand bowled 8 wides in their innings. Australia have bowled 3 so far. Pretty good discipline from the two teams. Driven, but straight to cover. So Samani time. He's faced 14 balls now for just 2 runs. He's the sort of guy who, once he gets going, he'll score a lot of 2s and singles. But he'll work the ball around and he won't have many dot balls once he gets going. But he just needs a little while to get his eye in. And another no ball from Phil Melville. Talked about the discipline on the wides being okay. Hasn't been great in terms of no balls. I think that's 4 he's bowled now.
Yep.
And he's given 3 free hits to 3 different batsmen. This one's for Samani. What can he do with it? Nothing. So we've seen 1 get hit for 4, 1 for 6, 1 for 1, and now 1 for nothing.
2 for 6.
Petrie hit his for 6, didn't he? Okay, so 2 of them have gone for 6. Another no ball. So, only missed out last time. He'll get another chance. On each occasion, Melville has bowled his free hit deliveries very full.
9th delivery of the over.
He's bowled another no ball, so Samani's going to get caught of this one, but because it's a free hit, it won't count as out. It'll count as 1 run and a no ball.
Yep.
Just going to challenge my scoring. Because to count as a run to Samani, plus a no ball, and it's a free hit for Colin Owens. So that's 6 no balls now. Not great from Phil Melville, who has otherwise bowled very well. And Colin Owens might get caught as well. Yes, he does. That's Phil is on a hat trick of wickets that don't count. Does that make sense? If he bowls again, he'll be on a hat trick.
Catches that mean nothing.
Catches that mean nothing. So I'll give the scorers a moment to tot up the
6
runs in
off,
that
6
over.
off.
So after all that, just 6 runs off the over.
And that's 74, 2 off the bat. 74.
So, for the sake of us people trying to keep score, I hope that's the end of Phil Melville's spell. New Zealand not really cashing in on those opportunities. Richie?
Yeah.
74.
74. 74. 14.
4-5.
Turn your phone on and look at Cricket HQ.
How many balls behind have we set?
Well, no, the Cricket HQ's is quick.
Some are coming in to play.
And it's the
Owens goes just over extra cover, and the man comes around and backs up. So that was pretty close. The fielder's right on the 30-yard circle there, and he didn't time that one as well as he timed his other lofted offside shots. Colin Owen.
That's pretty good. He went to his, Mace went to his 50. They were clapping almost straight away.
I told him the score, what it was on. Just before the 40s. So that's what I do as a count.
Possibly. One runs made.
New Zealand A versus USA. New Zealand A have lost their first wicket. Wayne Mackenzie out for 30. 89 for 1 after 16 overs. They need 8 and over. It is just a little bit more than what New Zealand need here. 7.7. Oh, it's slower from Trindle, and it defeats Colin Owens, who lunges at it, and it bounces before reaching the keeper.
Another one of those answers.
And the garage.
That's the toy Corolla Venom.
Just for the 30 acres ago.
Owens pushed out wide, tries to tempt Colin Owens. There's still a slip for Trindle. Phil Melville has disposed with his.
Oops.
Oh, again, he's got a good angle going here to Colin Owens.
End of over.
Beats him again. So even into the 15th over, or end of the 15th over now, Australia is still beating the bat, and that will be drinks.
9, 3, 4, and 19. Oh, no more. Bonus ball. Got the bonus ball. $24.
Yeah, but they want to do.
I'll still go back to work when I get back.
Because they were saying that just the one man of the match, is that in one spirit of, is that?
Okay. So okay.
To Millville.
Australian
He's on a
captain has
hat-trick.
had enough of Phil Melville's
No
no
balls.
balls.
Mate,
So
well,
he's
effectively,
decided to
well,
change the bowling and give
I
Alan
have-
Pearce a chance. I think he bowls some slow left arm.
Correct.
He'd have a case for that. He got dragged off. He was on a hat trick. Hat-trick forward, got dragged off.
Yeah, a little bit tough on Phil Melville. He'd taken 2 wickets off his last 2 balls. Unfortunately, both of them were no balls,
2 for 3.
so they don't count. Alan Pearce will be bowling to New Zealand captain Adil Somani. What he does now. Oh, he's got him first ball. Yeah, we heard that nick from here. A little bit of a juggle from Anthony Barranca, but Alan Pearce is delighted. He's over the moon. Somani went back to cut and just got a thick edge into the gloves of Barranca, who bobbled it once, caught it on the rebound, and 5th wicket falls for New Zealand, and it's the captain who laboured a little bit, 4-18, and now he's out. So another one falls for New Zealand, and this tough chase just got even tougher.
Mace and Robinson.
So New Zealand batsmen not covering themselves at all. Richard Petrie out for 19, Greg Stretch for 0, Robbie Frew for 5, Scott McCarty for 0, and Adil Somani for 4.
Collins on 38.
Yeah, Colin Owens playing a lone hand on 38 not out. And he'll be joined by Mason Robinson, the New Zealand keeper batsman, who grew up here in Marlborough, went to Marlborough Boys High School, which is just around the corner, now lives in Nelson, which is my adopted hometown as well. He and I play for the same club, Wakatu Cricket Club. And Mason's been in pretty good form this year. He'll have to be in good form today to give New Zealand any chance of getting close to this target. Starts with a signature shot, push down the ground for 1. Mason Robinson, one of 2 members in this New Zealand team who have been part of the New Zealand side since the very beginning. Played in New Zealand's first ever match in Nelson in 2018. Scored a 50, 59 he did.
That's yourself, Jim.
Yeah, I was also there as manager back then. None of this Australian side were anywhere near that side
No.
back then. This is a very new look
Those
side.
babies in their 40s.
In fact, the longest serving member of the Australian squad isn't even playing today. That's Tony Clark, the captain. He played in the 2018 World Cup. In fact, I'm not sure if any of these, Bish will correct me, I'm not sure if any member of this Australian squad even played in the 2020 World Cup, did they?
Phil Melville. Did?
Phil Melville, okay, so one.
There's only
Yeah.
one, I think.
There's been a few changes recently. We've seen the retirements of Tim Sargent, Steve Gollan, Peter Solway was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, the rest of us is last.
Yeah. So lots of changes in the Aussie side, and it's proving successful so far. They've done really, really well today, scoring 311, and now having New Zealand in all sorts of trouble, 78 for 5. Just added a link to the scorecard to the YouTube comments if you are interested in seeing what's happened so far in this game. Oh, Nick. Has he got him? He has. He's walking. Another one falls from New Zealand,
So,
falling
remember
like
the previous
flies.
over? Pushing away, that
Yeah.
one too.
Yeah, he's been working on that line of attack. His Trindle angling it across Colin Owens. He's beaten him a few times. This time takes the edge through to Barranca, the rest. And the only batsman who has shown any resistance for New Zealand, Colin Owens, is on his way. He's out for 39, and Australia are dominating New Zealand in round 1 of this quad series.
Now, I'm not sure if the rest of us list, I just would guess the rest, so.
Oh, they were betting on it.
Yeah, Darren Sears is
You got the numbers there.
Darren Sears.
Your hands don't do it.
Target was always going to be a tough one for New Zealand, but now it's getting close to, I don't know, what's more difficult than difficult? Very difficult?
Extremely.
Extremely difficult. Wouldn't quite say impossible, but it's getting into that territory.
Another left-hander.
Duck with Lewis past score at the moment, it's 215.
Oh, really?
We're a bit behind.
Yeah, New Zealand need 8 and over.
At this stage,
They've only got 4 wickets left.
So, for that number of wickets lost, we would have to get to
Oh, okay.
16.
One thing that New Zealand will have to keep in mind is net run rate. Final placings will be determined based on net run rate, so if teams do beat each other, then how close New Zealand get to this target, if they don't win, will be very important. 2 slips in a gully.
Goodness me, that's really sending a message. isn't it?
Australia really on the attack. They might realise the importance of net run rate as well and be trying to fire New Zealand out for around 100, and that would make their net run rate fantastic.
Don't know if that would have been in mind, but
Again, just angling the ball across the left-hander, Trindle.
They're thirsty.
sorry,
They're thirsty.
that's more.
No, no.
Yeah, that's what I reckon. It's more the point. That's correct. No net run rate.
This is Darren Sears' first bat for New Zealand, playing in his 4th match. Hasn't been required to date, but he's a good batsman. He's scored a lot of runs at club cricket. He's played for Wellington A. And I believe he scored a double century in club cricket about 2 or 3 years ago. So he's got some batting chops. And that was a lot quicker from Trindle. He varies his pace quite a bit, this guy. Oh, and the gap there, through that packed slip cordon, guided it between second slip and gully down to the boundary for 4. Nicely played to get off the mark for Darren Sears.
82 for 6.
New Zealand A against USA, 105 for 2 after 20 overs. John Gary continuing his great form, 65 not out. And he's just been joined by Simon Murphy after the fall of Bert Horner's wicket. Alan Pearce had a dream start, taking the very first ball.
Deja vu there. That's the way I was saying. Dust came up then.
This block has been ripped up at the end of the tournament.
Ooh, that was similar to delivery to the one that got Samani. Quicker and shorter, but Sears not grabbing the edge.
Steve Mace can pack it up and take it home.
And then tossed up a little bit. So good bowling from Pearce. Pearce played against the USA 3 or 4 days ago. 9 overs, none for 53. So that wicket of Samani was his first. And that's a great over. Just 1 off the first ball. And then 5 dots to Sears. If that name sounds familiar, Sears. Darren, I believe, is the uncle of Ben Sears. Played in the test match against Australia last week. Darren's brother is, I think, Michael Sears, who used to open the bowling for Wellington. And Michael's son is Ben. A lot of family connections here in New Zealand when it comes to cricket.
83. 83.
Right, 2 slips for Robinson, facing Trindle. Ooh, and he nearly gets one of them in action there. The big wafty drive, makes no contact.
this guy in the first training session we had indoors at Sydney, he just tweaked his groin muscle, so that's why he missed the USA game.
Oh, and he's bowled a wild shot from Mason Robinson. One of the shots that he's good at, coming down the track and hitting straight, and there was a lot of room for him to hit into. He just missed the ball, and the stump goes backwards, and another one tumbles for New Zealand. Wicket number 7. Mason Robinson, bowled by Trindle, who's been outstanding so far. That's his second. New Zealand struggling to even make 100 here. Will they get more runs than Stephen Mace?
Well, I haven't got past.
Oh yeah,
Kratzman
or Kratzman. Yeah, New Zealand looking pretty poor, as well as Australia have bowled. None of the New Zealand batsmen have looked in any sort of form apart from Colin Owens.
No, it's not. Simon Dodds.
And that's surprising because it's the end of the season here in New Zealand. You know, the players have had plenty of cricket. A lot of them have been in good form at club cricket level, but just haven't looked good at all today with bat or ball. So you can say rusty in the sense that they haven't played much over 50s cricket, but they've all been playing cricket, so no real excuse there. Just haven't been good enough today. And Australia, on the other hand, have looked really well drilled, enthusiastic, good body language. It's a new look Aussie side, and they're doing well. Simon Dodds is the new batsman, coming in at 9. As I mentioned earlier, he's played some good rescue innings for New Zealand, averages in the mid-20s. But even for him, I think this is much too much of a big ask, needing 8.7 and over now, 229 runs. I think really New Zealand need to be focusing on run rate here, try to get the net run rate up, get as close as they possibly can.
Maiden.
And another wicket maiden for Australia. It's the second maiden they've had, and overall the third maiden of the innings.
Not even halfway through the overs yet.
So James Morris has 4 for 29 from 6. Phil Melville, none for 35 from 7. Craig Trindle, 2 for 15 from 4. And Alan Pearce, 1 for 3 from 2. Only 2 batsmen reaching double figures. That was Richard Petrie.
19 overs.
We've got 19. Colin Owens, 39. Apart from that, it's been a pretty desperate looking scorecard for New Zealand. The other batsmen scoring 0, 5, 0, 4, 2, 4.
Given a name? Or they
I've just got hills.
or that was the other name I was getting to.
You might know.
Well, it covers a fast area, that's why.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Could be. Don't know. You'd have to ask Stretchy. Being a local. I don't know. That's completely south at the moment.
Oh, bit of a misfield there from
It was.
Evans, and it's gone into quite a small gap, but all the way for 4. So first boundary in a little while, second for Darren Sears, and definitely the first convincing boundary in quite a while. Similar shot, but with no power this time, just gets one.
What do we get over there? Stumped, I think.
Daydreaming. Oh, what's a dog walk to go?
Right. 88.
Top 88.
Every ball coming. Come on, Trigger.
Well, he's put one to second slip, he's put one to gully and one in between.
Is that his area?
It's really tingling the back on that. So yeah, it's open facing.
So I might have said earlier that Steve Gollan had retired. I made that assumption, I'm sorry. He hasn't fully retired, he's in the extended squad, he's just not here on this tour. So that's good news, because he's a good mate of mine, Gold, and glad to see that he's still going. Excellent bowler, lovely guy. Bowling from Trindle, still working that angle to the left-hander. It was actually Andy Walton who pointed that out, another mate of mine. Hello Andy, hope you're well. Hope you haven't retired, mate. And we'll see you on the field somewhere.
How's John Boy? John's on. Very Allen.
So what happened? Sorry.
Over point, pretty streaky shot, but it's going to go down to the boundary. Across it now for 4. Another boundary for Darren Sears. He's got 3 of them now. That's the over gone. So this game sort of meandering a wee bit here. New Zealand aren't going to win it, let's be honest. They need 9.2 from here. It's just a matter of how close they can get that net run rate up. Dodds off the mark. Sears runs the ball down through third man. He got a bit of a knack of finding that area. 2 more for him.
One of the few shots that have gone down.
Don't show me around, Macey.
Haven't gone to the boundary.
They got 2 then, didn't they?
2. And that should
Might. Oh, no.
Didn't get down for
Not a great bit of fielding on the boundary there. Allows the ball to go through. That's Andrew Kratzmann, who was pretty good in the slips, but maybe not so good on the boundary. Perhaps tired after his batting. And another boundary for Darren Sears, who has got himself up to 19 now. That's equal second top scorer in the New Zealand innings.
and we've gone past Kratzmann's score, so we might just
And New Zealand have beaten Andrew Kratzmann in terms of runs scored. Still some way to go to beat Steve Mace, another 15 runs.
over
Yeah.
99.
Okay, Trindle continuing. He's bowled well. Yeah, 2 for 19 from 5 for Trindle. So 6 of the 7 wickets. Oh, sorry, as that brings up the 100 for New Zealand. 6 of the 7 wickets being taken from bowlers at this end. 4 to Morris, 2 for Trindle. Ooh, beaten, well bowled.
Give him a bit more. The key role was to.
Yeah, I think they're young quicker.
Yeah. Taller as well.
Yeah.
A few years younger.
Those things, and true. As we know, as we get older, it's definitely easier than younger. Right?
Exponentially.
Yeah, correct.
Over to off.
So 1,
101.
So 101 off 23.
Yep.
That is a huge shot by Simon Dodds out of nowhere, and it's gone all the way for 6 over the vacant long on area. So first bit of aggression from Simon Dodds.
Another 30 of those. Also need a few more.
Good pass.
What's the score, guys?
Eight off. And bowl. 109.
chance. It's gone squirting out on the offside. Everyone was in the slips though. There's 3 slips in the gully, so no one there to take that catch. And ends up being 2 for Dodds.
Tens and 40s.
Hold him! Straight through.
Can't do it.
Simon Dodds prodding forward. Really no chance of ever hitting that one. It was always going on to hit the wickets, and it did. And Craig Trindle has been standing all innings really, right through his spell, into his 7th over now. He's taken 3 wickets now for 22, and he's challenged all the batsmen. He's been outstanding. And Simon Dodds, well, he tried, but it's not really his job to be scoring the runs for New Zealand. And he sees his pegs knocked back for wicket number 8 for Australia, and Nelson striking.
These doesn't belong to him.
His last 2 is the wrong one.
I'll check the one in here. With you. Yeah, I had 3 singles. So.
New batsman Kelvin Scott. Two runs to tie Mace.
So Craig Trindle on debut has been outstanding for Australia, taking 3 wickets, 3 really important ones. He's bowled especially well to the left-handers. Worked Colin well. And just now, knocking over Simon Dodds. And also bowling Mason Robinson, so he bowls straight. And here he is bowling to Kelvin Scott, who started off his New Zealand over-50s career domestically. He's more of a batsman than a bowler, but his bowling is overtaken. He's coming in at number 10 now. Not sure he'll be delighted being sent in this low. He does consider himself a good batsman, and he is. He's off the mark with at least 2. This is one of the rare shots that gets through the infield but doesn't reach the boundary.
2 runs.
In fact, Kelvin's very first match in over-50s cricket in New Zealand was way back in 2018. He scored 99 not out.
Oh, right, yeah.
That was for the South Island against the North Island. Has struggled for runs in the last couple of seasons though. His bowling has taken over.
Wide. Yeah, we beat Steve Mace.
Yep, so small victories. New Zealand has scored more runs than Steve Mace. And that's about it. Shout for LBW, he's out as well. Another one for Trindle, he's unstoppable. Kelvin Scott won't impress anybody with his batting today. He is out LBW for 2. Trindle has 4 wickets now, and New Zealand just falling like 9 pins down. So 9 pins have fallen. Kelvin Scott, the latest to go. Australia just been
Yes, 115.
ruthless today. Haven't let any partnerships form. So we can talk about how bad New Zealand have been, and they have been bad. From the fielding, to the bowling, to the batting, every aspect of their game has been poor today. But Australia, conversely, have been excellent. So it's no surprise that they're winning by around 200 runs. That wicket brings Mike Harrow to the crease, number 37. Last time we saw him playing for New Zealand, he came in with New Zealand struggling, not struggling this badly, but losing, and he won the game for them with one shot for 6. It's going to take about 20 of those today.
And a few more. It's only 150.
So maybe they bring Phil on for more no balls.
Darren Sears has fought hard, he's on 22. So, Mike Harrow looking to contribute to this match. We've seen him drop a catch and bowl a few wayward overs. So, let's see what he can do with the bat.
Give him a rap.
Talk him up, Jim.
Well, his fielding wasn't great, let's be honest.
Who's the midfield batter?
Most people.
One feature of pretty much every match that New Zealand have played against Australia over the years is that almost all of them have been close. I can only think of one that was sort of one-sided. That was the match at Totoki back in 2018 where New Zealand won by 6 wickets. But apart from that, they've all been really good encounters. This is the first really lopsided match that we've seen between the two sides. And obviously that's disappointing from a New Zealand side and very encouraging from the Australian side. And how about Craig Trindle on debut? 4 for 25. Can he pick up a 5-wicket bag in his first match? That would be an amazing effort. Still got 2 overs left to do it. Only 1 wicket to get.
Oh, I thought it went to gully.
So did I.
You don't need players on the leg side, just put more in.
shot for nothing.
And again, he finds the gap down to third man. He's very good at angling the ball down between slip and gully, and we'll give him credit for actually doing that deliberately. So that's a real go-to shot for Darren Sears, and he picks up another 4. Well played. Glad I'm not in charge of picking the player of the match for New Zealand today. It'd be quite hard pressed to think of anybody who deserves it. Swung away by Darren Sears. That will go out to the boundary at mid-wicket for 4 more. There's no one out there. Everyone's in, pretty much. So another boundary for Sears.
8 off.
Yep.
1, 2, 4.
Maybe Darren Sears, New Zealand player of the match.
1, 2, 3.
What did he do with the ball? Took 2 for 64, so a little bit expensive.
Right.
Did take 2 wickets. He's now got 31. From an Australian perspective, obviously Steve Mace, 114. Andrew Kratzman, 95, and a great catch. 2 bowlers, James Morris taking 4 for, Craig Trindle taking 4 for. Good contributions from a lot of Australian players. And they can be really proud of their effort today.
1, 2 for 9. 27.
For New Zealand A, John Gary is on 96, not out.
They're on 30. Still about the same ahead.
Oh, that's chance of LBW, yes, and that's the match. Trapping Mike Harrow on the back foot. Alan Pearce gets he's bowled really well. All of the Australians have done exceptionally today. They have comprehensively outplayed New Zealand. They've thrashed them by 187 runs. That's a huge margin. New Zealand will have a lot of work to do to have any chance of making the final of this series, let alone winning it. They have been thumped today. Australia have been awesome. They've been clinical. They've been really, really polished in everything they've done and deserved winners of this match. Australia 311 for
So you want to go down the batting card?
6 in their 45 overs. Headlined by Steve Mace with 114, Andrew Kratzman with 95. That looked like it might be chaseable, or it might at least be a close game, but it never was. Right from the moment that Greg Stretch was caught in the very first over, New Zealand never really got going. They were 30 for 2 or 30 for 1 at one point, and it was about as good as it got. Since then, a parade of wickets. Only 3 batsmen making double figures. That was Petrie with 19, Owens with 39, Darren Sears 30 not out at the end. Wickets to Morris, 4 for 29, Trindle 4 for 34, and Pearce 2 for 24. So a huge victory for Australia. Gives them first blood in this quad series, winning by 187 runs. We'll be back tomorrow for New Zealand against, I think it's New Zealand A here, we'll confirm that. Join us then at 11 o'clock local time. Until then, good evening from Blenheim.